Chapter 1752. Guan Du was still serious. Whoever holds the broken sword will be in charge of Shen Yuan. We can do the small things, but the big things must be decided by the sword master. Junior brother now has a great responsibility on his shoulders. You can't be as sloppy as before, wandering around the world without any direction. Well, he hadn't even worn the crown yet, and someone was already talking. Shen Yuan's swordsman's actions were the same, but he wouldn't hold back his words. Maybe it wasn't like this when Crow Ancestor was around, but that was the pressure of countless battle achievements. In this aspect, Lu Xiaoyi was still far behind. But there were also flatterers, such as He Chu, the one who once bribed him with the inner sword sun spirit. Of course, there was no distinction between inner and outer swords now. Now on Crow Peak, there was no one carrying a sword case. Everyone had their flying swords in their bodies, and their combat power had increased by a lot. Junior brother is wise and has great foresight. Our sword veins actions should be clean and efficient. We haven't done anything big all these years. It's really suffocating. What's the target you mentioned? I'll go arrange for people. Everyone turned to look at him. Most of them knew the personality of the new leader of the dome. He was never idle. With him in charge, at least one thing was certain, and that was that there would be a lot of fights. Morale could be used. Lu Xiaoyi didn't waste any words. He raised his hand and displayed a star map. It was rough, but it marked the approximate location of most of the big worlds in the eastern sky, as well as a few other places in the northern sky, such as Juzian. He pointed at a world and asked, "Here. Who knows this?" The people of Shenyuan were a little confused. Although they were considered the most ambitious group of people in the universe, few people could travel a distance of hundreds of years. After all, not everyone was Lu Xiaoyi. But there were some who knew. Guan Du's eyes focused. Henghe Realm. Everyone's mood instantly soared. What kind of place was Henghe Realm? Although no one had ever been there, they were all familiar with its name. It was one of the most famous realms in the eastern sky. In terms of status in the cultivation world, it wasn't any worse than the Fifth Ring realm. It was just that it was very low-key, but in terms of history, it was several galaxies ahead of the Fifth Ring realm. To the swordsman, a real battle would require a real opponent. They had destroyed a few Buddhist realms after the Great War of the Five Rings, but to be honest, the strength of their opponents was not even worth mentioning. Therefore, they did not have much interest in fighting them, and there was not much thrill in fighting them. But the Henghe realm was different. That was a great expedition that required the strength of the entire Five Rings, and it was so far away that it would take hundreds of years just to fly there. But this was not something they should be thinking about. Lu Xiaoyi asked again, "How much do we know about the Henghe realm's role in the Fifth Ring War?" Looking at the hesitant Guan Du, Lu Xiaoyi dispelled his doubts. "It's okay, there's no need to keep it a secret. Many things are no longer a secret in the interior sky." Guan Du said in a low voice, "According to our investigation over the past few hundred years, Zerg and the Winged Men's participation in the war was inevitably due to a conspiracy behind the scenes, and it wasn't entirely the Buddhist sect of the main world. Our target of suspicion is the Henghe realm, including the Three Pure Ones and the Supreme Ones, but we don't have any evidence. They are very thorough in their work and did not leave any loopholes." Lu Xiaoyi nodded and waved his hand. "That's it. What evidence?" "We'll look for evidence after the war. When did Shenyuan catch a thief red-handed?" "It's always been killing and framing." Guan Du heard him being so unbridled and coughed to the side, implying that he should restrain himself. They were all decent people. Lu Xiaoyi didn't keep him in suspense. They were all supremes, and he didn't want to create a so-called small circle and control the plan among the so-called high-level young gods. He preferred to treat everyone equally. It would be a joke if there were spies among the supremes. Limited by the distance, the scale of the battle is limited to young gods and Fifth Ring young gods. The rest of you will guard the rear. Don't fight like a wolf. We don't have that much time. The supremes complained, and their dissatisfaction increased greatly. But in fact, if they thought about it carefully, it made sense to only send out young god supremes. After all, the distance was too far. If they covered the sky and earth, any news would be leaked. With the young god of the Third Ring Supremes as the leader, in terms of speed alone, a pure young god team would be very fast. Only then would they be able to arrive in the shortest time possible. The universe was chaotic, and it was impossible for everyone to leave empty-handed. There had to be someone left behind. Guandu was very cautious. The fifth ring only has young gods. Isn't it too weak? He is very strong and good at hiding his strength. His young gods alone should be close to 100. There are also various conveniences for fighting on the ground. There are even more primordial spirit cultivators. If it's just a fifth ring young god, even if all of them are sent out, I'm afraid I can only defeat them. And this is under the premise of a successful sneak attack. Lu Xiaoyi decided, no, this is not a fifth ring solo operation, but a big operation of the eastern sky and the northern sky. At that time, many domains will join, including the Buddhist sects of the main world. So my opinion is that we only need to send out no more than half of our young gods. Hometown is very important, and you can't take all the glory for something like this, can you? If no one has any objections, I ask Senior Marshal Brother Guandu to issue a fifth ring assembly order and summon a few big sects to make arrangement. Guandu immediately dismissed the Supremes, leaving only the young god and a few of the most powerful primordial spirit supremes. Then, he carefully communicated with Lu Xiaoyi. He couldn't help but praise this grand plan. At the same time, he was also shocked by the abilities of those Evilders in the interior realm. It was this group of so-called young people who decided the life and death of a big world in a game. It was really terrifying. Although he was a little unwilling, he still knew that his era had passed. Now was the era of lawlessness. Fortunately, Shenyuan never lacked lawless people. The assembly order could only be issued by the three big powers in the fifth ring. This time, Shenyuan issued the highest level purple ring order. The purple ring order on the dome was issued, and in less than 10 breaths, a large number of young gods came one after another. It could be imagined that the current situation in the fifth ring was relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside. Everyone was preparing, and no one was relaxed. There were not many sects qualified to receive the purple ring order. Basically, they were all important figures in the fifth ring. In addition to the three pure ones, Supreme and Shenyuan, there were less than 10 sects, such as Jiolan Oracle, Chimenduanjia, Dafar Star, Wanjing Sect, Weijian Mountain, and Firmament Sword Sect. But together, they accounted for more than half of the fifth ring's power. When they arrived at Qingyang Mountain, they saw a group of Xuanyuan's higher-ups clustered around a young primordial spirit cultivator. Most of them were confused, but there were also cunning old foxes. The old Taoist Qing Yangzi squeezed over. Little friend Lu, we meet again. Do you have any orders for us to run errands? I'll make it clear here. Little friend Lu's arrangement is the three pure ones arrangement. There's no difference. Chapter 1753. The surrounding Taoists were very disdainful. It was disgusting for a leader of the three pure ones to be so pretentious, but it also represented a trend. The mainstream of the five rings finally realized that this era was no longer their era. It was a trend to give way to the younger generation, and no one could change it. Wu Shangchang Jin mocked from the side, "Why don't you let this kid be the leader of the three pure ones as well? It'll save you the trouble of frowning all day. You can go home and plant some flowers and grass." Lu Xiaoyi was natural and unrestrained, without the arrogance of a petty person intoxicated by success, nor the restraint of a cautious person. "Senior Qing Yangzi, Qing Xian asked me to pass you a message. For this cooperation, don't hold back. The universe is changing, and we have to do our best. If you keep hiding, you'll grow hair and mold." Qing Yangzi raised his eyebrows. "Qing Xian dares to say that to me? I think you're the one trying to sow discord. You're bullying me because I can't go up." Chang Jin sighed. The young man is right. Holding back is an old habit of the three pure ones. It's a tradition of hundreds of thousands of years. You can't wait to save half of your shit just in case. Sigh, even the three pure ones of Shenyuan have gone up, but I, Wushang, can't keep up with the situation. I can only let you two make the decision this time. You two put in more effort, and Wushang can just stay on the sidelines. How could Qing Yangzi allow him to back down? Chang Jin, don't try this on me. You have a young spirit called Shiyu in Wushang, right? He's also taken a step, right? It's just that he hasn't reached that place yet. Why are you acting pitiful here? I'm old, but I'm not blind. Chang Jin wasn't embarrassed by being exposed at all. He only looked at Lu Xiaoyi curiously. Little friend, this decision was made by the group of young people up there. Of course, you and that kid Qing Xian instigated it. Nobody from Wushang participated in the conspiracy. Am I right? Lu Xiaoyi smiled and nodded, of course not. But from what I think, our decision should also be Brother Shi Yu's decision. There shouldn't be any difference. We're all from the same generation, so there shouldn't be too much of a difference. Chang Jin rolled his old eyes. Are you threatening me, kid? If Shi Yu doesn't agree, you won't recognize him? Just because of that, he was seen as an alien. Are they going to suppress and isolate us? Lu Xiaoyi did not evade the question. Suppression and isolation might not necessarily be too light. There is a high probability that he will be taught a lesson until he accepts everyone's goodwill. Chang Jin pointed at Guandu. Brother Guan, the young man under you is threatening me. Guandu knew his character, so he ignored him. Beside him, Qing Yangzi laughed and said, so what if I'm threatening you? Threatening you is already a light punishment for not respecting your elders. I'm just holding back, but you old man are so stingy. The three tycoons of the fifth ring had been making up for the gap between them all these years. They were all cunning old foxes and knew all too well what the fifth ring needed right now. If a crack appeared within the fifth ring during this period, it would truly be a hopeless situation. The other sects looked on enviously, but there was nothing they could do. Who asked their own disciples to not produce any amazing characters? What is a leader and a group of people? This is it. 3 people, Lu Xiaoyi, Qing Xian, and Shi Yu. As long as one of them could succeed in the end, the fifth ring would not have to worry about anything for 10,000 years. Unfortunately, the competition was still between the 3 tycoons. The foundation of the inheritance once again showed its incomparably huge inertia. The 2 leaders of the Orthodox Daoist sect jested and settled this gathering. In one sentence, everyone would listen to the young people. Actually, they would listen to the young people. This was the general trend, so they had no choice but to go with the flow. Lu Xiaoyi was concise and comprehensive. I only have one request. Since the next collapse of the Great Tao is in 1 to 200 years, I ask everyone to try to appear at the beast territory beside the Henghe Jie within 100 years as fast as possible. There will be peacocks and wild geese there to receive you, so you should be able to cover up a bit. During this period, there will be forces from other realms arriving. The beast territory will be the gathering point. Seniors are all experts in how to cover up your tracks. Little Yi doesn't need to say much. When the Great Tao collapses, we will begin to forcefully break through the Henghe Jie. It was a very grand plan from the hands of the young monsters. It was filled with an indomitable spirit. Because there were enough alliances, there was actually no need to worry about anything. After all, the law couldn't punish the masses. It was a little rough, but it was full of vitality. As for the specific links, only the old guys could check and fill in the gaps. It was impossible to completely destroy the Great Tao and destroy the realms all of a sudden. No realm would lower their guard against the defense of their home planet at this time. From this point of view, crushing the other realms with strength was the right path. Lu Xiaoyi was very modest. It's the sun spirit attack. Otherwise, we can't guarantee time, but how many people will go will still be up to you uncles and aunties to decide. In Little Yi's opinion, it shouldn't be more than half. This is an alliance, and the 5 rings shouldn't be too strong. We have to let the other realms have a process of adapting. When they are used to it, we will convince them with virtue. Under Guandu's serious face, there was a surging heart. Because he saw the possibility of Shenyuan rising again, not everyone could be a collar cuff. But this Lu Xiaoyi easily did it while he was laughing and scolding. To be able to pull back a group of people from Heaven's Choice Juzian was just a small part of it. To be able to unify a group of arrogant young monsters into one direction in interior heaven was a test of one's ability. Now that he was back at the fifth ring, he was able to achieve the best effect with just a few words of nonsense that seemed to be out of place and had no sense of hierarchy. It made the uncles like Qing Yangzi and Chang Jin, as well as the aunties and aunties like Tong Yang, obedient. This might be borrowing power, but if it was someone else, would they be able to do all this if you gave them this power? Too old-fashioned and serious, too mischievous and mischievous. This little guy had grasped the propriety of this to the point of perfection. He had truly combined his strength, fame, background, and battle record perfectly. Just based on this point, Guan Du would never be able to do it. None of the other Sun Spirit Junior brothers could do it either. None of the truly ambitious and ruthless people were normal and walked the normal path. Before, there was Crow Ancestor, and now there was this thing. Lu Ancestor's eyes were sharp. Perhaps it was because he saw this point that he did not hesitate to give the broken sword head to him. He did not know if Shenyuan would be reborn in this change of the universe and the change of the era. But if it was this person who led everyone, then at least they would be able to bloom brilliantly. Moreover, you would never know what the end of time was. Where could this little guy take everyone? The unknown was the best thing to look forward to. In this point, he and Crow Ancestor were the same kind of people. Chapter 1754. These uncles, grandpas, aunties, and aunties were truly shrewd with age. The most important thing in the first alliance was to complete it smoothly, not to show off the leadership of the fifth ring. This could easily cause others to dislike it. How could it be so easy for the major cultivators of the various realms to obediently obey the orders of a force that was originally on par with them? Therefore, not fighting was fighting. This required considering the number of young gods that the other realms might send. They might not necessarily have the most, but they must have more than the Buddhists of the main world. However, there was no need to compare them with a super-large realm like Heaven's Choice Juzian. This was the first cooperation. If the process was pleasant and the results were satisfactory, there would definitely be a second and third time. Until everyone was familiar with the fifth ring's way of doing things, until everyone treated you as a part of the fifth ring group, regardless of whether you sincerely followed them or not, then the goal would be achieved. It was a moral kidnapping that couldn't be more natural, as expected of a little bandit from a bandit's nest. The old bandits were very satisfied. Since it was limited to the young god realm, the selection was actually very simple. One from the fifth ring, 200 young gods. Everyone knew each other well. From the consideration of combatability, orthodoxy, the balance of the various sects, and so on, everyone came up with a list of 40 people in a few moments. Among them, there were a few who had really been to the beast territory, such as Xuanyuan's Guan Mountain. Their main strength was still in the fifth ring. This was their route. The people of the fifth ring acted decisively. This was also the tradition of bandits. There was nothing to prepare. Chang Jin represented the older generation of cultivators. We will set off in 2 hours. We will reach the beast territory within 100 years. Unless the collapse of the Great Tao is too early, you will see grandpas and aunties waiting for you there. Lu Xiaoyi jumped into the air and bowed. Hair as white as snow, not black hair, a bent body like a bow, with you bearing the weight. Hands like black wood, holding a child to send you off, eyes like yellow pearls, with the tassels of time. The fifth ring has all these old farts, which is why there is today's wind in the universe. See you in 100 years. Seeing this little guy throw himself into outer space, Chang Jin sighed inwardly. If you compare yourself to others, you'll die. If you compare goods, you'll throw them away. There Shi Yu lacked this kind of innate heroic spirit. Although Shi Yu's realm was a level higher than this child's, he knew very well that in terms of future, he had already lost. Yet, this little fellow still made people unable to feel any hostility towards him. His sense of propriety revealed great wisdom. They couldn't help but ponder. This was actually the feeling of everyone present. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even use his sword once, but the sharpness that came from the soul aroused everyone's fighting spirit. The swordsman had stirred up the Dharma cultivator's fighting spirit, and they wanted to charge forward without hesitation, even at the cost of their lives. Did the heavens have eyes? It had only been a few hours since he had returned to the fifth ring, but he had already subdued the dome and the fifth ring. Back when he was in Shenyuan, even Li Wuya's nascent soul did not seem to be able to do this. What was the difference? Yangzi of the three pure ones gave the answer. It's already hard enough to deal with a hooligan who's cultured, but is also King approachable. What should we do? In order to pretend to be weak, Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to rush out of the atmosphere and start his interior heaven teleportation technique again. There was really no other way. The old guys had to set off in 2 hours, so how could he, a young man who had gathered them, waste time on his personal matters? Of course, there were still many people he wanted to meet. For example, how were his old friends in the Sword Soldiers Corps? For example, now that he was the boss of the dome, could he get a few of his senior sisters to pour bathwater for him and scrub his back? It was a pity that he didn't have time for these privileges and corruption. What a pity. After the fifth ring was Juzian, which was also a big realm that he valued very much. Not only was there Juzian, but there was also Heaven's Choice. In his mind, they were his own people who would eventually walk together with the fifth ring. There were no Avilders in Juzian in the interior heaven, but this was not absolute. For example, no one in the fifth ring had gone up, but in fact, they had a young spirit who had also taken this step. No one knew why it was delayed, but in the end, that Shiyu would not run away. This was the requirement of his own state of mind. At this step, how could he hide and not meet people? Once again, he flew towards the interior heaven. With the experience, he was very confident. It was hard to say whether this method would become his main method of traveling the universe in the future. However, according to Qing Xian, whether or not one really left one's name in the interior heaven would affect this method of travel. Therefore, his biggest problem now was to not enter. Under this operation, the outline of Juzian appeared in front of him from afar. The interior heaven would not directly project a cultivator to the boundary you wanted to reach. There would still be a distance in between. In the eyes, it could be reached in a month. In detail, he had spent more time cultivating in Juzian than the fifth ring. Among the few big obstacles in his life, he built his foundation in the lower three mother planets, Jindan in the fifth ring, Yuanying in Juzian, Jinjuan in Heaven's Choice, and Primordial Spirit in the anchor chain. It was very strange for a boundary to rise to a state. Like the fifth ring, Juzian did not have a heaven and earth grand membrane. However, it had the heaven and earth chessboard, which was even more abnormal than the grand membrane. Cultivators entering and leaving Juzian had to go through the screening of the heaven and earth chessboard. This could be done automatically by the heaven and earth chessboard, but it could also be controlled by someone. In Lu Xiaoyi's opinion, the two safest boundaries for him were the fifth ring and Juzian. He had spent hundreds of years here and had entered and exited countless times. The chessboard should be very familiar with his aura, so there was no possibility of it recognizing him wrongly. Therefore, when he was near Juzian, he was very relaxed. However, this time, there was a little different. He did not enter like before. Instead, he was instantly pulled into a chessboard space that he could not identify for the time being. This was man-made. Lu Xiaoyi knew very well. Who are you? Tell me your name. A dignified voice sounded in the chessboard space. The carefree wandering one ear. Lu Xiaoyi remained calm and collected. But you are not the real carefree wandering one. At this time when the universe is in chaos, what is your purpose in trespassing into Juzian? Tell me the truth. The voice was cold and hard, and there was no room for negotiation. Using the heaven and earth chessboard in Juzian for personal vendetta. Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. Sure enough, accidents always happened when you were not paying attention. Juzian, which seemed to be the safest place, had instead attracted inexplicable targeting. What was the purpose? Personal? Or was it from the interior heaven? He could not tell yet. However, there was one thing that was certain. The matter was not as simple as the other party had said. It was as if it was a normal routine inspection. This was clearly targeting him. Then, Why was this person wasting time and breath? Chapter 1755. Lu Xiaoyi had a chance to get out of the chessboard because he knew the nickname of the chessboard of heaven and earth, Wood Fox. Primordial spirit treasures acted fairly, but they could also be manipulated to a certain extent. This was because the rules of the chessboard of heaven and earth were originally a defense system controlled by both spirit treasures and human beings. It was a dual control system, but the root was in the chessboard of heaven and earth. He had the ability to talk to Wood Fox directly, but he didn't want to use this ability now. If he left, he wouldn't be able to understand the reason in depth. When he came back to settle old scores, these Taoists would have 10,000 ways to fool him. Since they trapped him on the chessboard, they wanted to gather people to harm him. Judging from the fact that they didn't attack him immediately, this was just an individual behavior. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dilly-dallying with him. Then, let's see what kind of monsters they were. The waiting time was longer than he had imagined, which confirmed his guess. This was not a system against him, but more like an individual's private behavior. Now, they were looking for help, but they were not very good at it. Finally, 5 figures appeared on the chessboard. There were yang spirits, primordial spirits, and yin spirit. Piecing things together, it was also difficult to gather them. The leading yang spirit was very strange. According to the rules of Juzian, we must find out the origin of those with unknown origins. Will you obediently cooperate with our inquiry, or will you stubbornly resist? This is the space of the 5 pieces chessboard. You have no chance. As he spoke, his feet were bound, and the space was locked. His movements were restricted. Obviously, he had entered the rhythm of playing chess. 5 pieces chessboard was a simple variation of Go. One side was connected, and the other side was blocked. In the process of playing, the attacking and defending positions were constantly changing. When connecting, one had to block, and when blocking, one had to consider connecting. It was a kind of chess game that tested the 3-dimensional imagination of human beings. But for cultivators, 5 pieces chessboard was not very interesting, because their spatial imagination was far stronger than that of ordinary human beings. The pure 5 pieces chessboard was not challenging, so the 5 pieces chessboard in the chessboard of heaven and earth was very different from the 5 pieces chessboard in the mortal world. It was a complete variation, even out of the scope of normal chess. Once the foundation of the game was established, the rules naturally flowed into the minds of both players. Lu Xiaoyi knew that this was not a life and death game, but a trap. Firstly, there were 5 people on the main attacking side, while there was only 1 person on the blocking side. The huge difference in numbers made it impossible for the carnate numinous treasure to allow life and death in such an unfair situation. Otherwise, the 5 people on the attacking side would have too great of an advantage, and there would be no competition. The goal of the main company was to form a line on the chessboard, just like a normal 5-piece alignment. Once it was formed, the heaven and earth chessboard would bestow them with additional power, trapping the lone player on the other side. Taking and seizing was all for the sake of capturing. The goal of the solo player was to destroy the connection between the main attacker and make them unable to form a straight line. If they succeeded in a short period of time, they would be able to escape from the heaven and earth chessboard. During this process, there would definitely be collisions between the chess pieces on both sides. To put it simply, it was a collision between the 5 opponents and Lu Xiaoyi. It was a one-on-one challenge, but to Lu Xiaoyi, it was meaningless because he could not kill his opponents, just as his opponents could not kill him. Protection was for both sides. If the other side had 1 less person, they would never be able to form a 5-piece alignment. If he was finished, then there would be no point in playing the game. Lu Xiaoyi silently muttered a name, Mu Yehu. Do you still recognize me? The heaven and earth chessboard woke up from its deep silence, immediately knowing that something had gone wrong. Young Emperor, please don't blame me. Someone must have made a mistake. I will change it now. No. I remember that there is a rule in the heaven and earth chessboard. If one side makes a mistake, the other side has the right to change the rules. The 5 chess pieces on Juzian were moving. Their most urgent need was to form a line so that they would have the power to capture this person. However, this intruder clearly did not play according to the rules. According to the rules, if the only son blocked the head of the 3 pieces would collapse after a battle and could only gather again. If the only son blocked the head of the 2 pieces would not disperse. Under such rules, the only son's best method should be to wait for 3 out of the 5 Juzian pieces to form a line before attacking. This would achieve the most direct effect. However, this only child was clearly inexperienced. He went straight for the chess pieces that 2 Jew immortals had formed and crashed into them. He was a Jew immortal essence soul perfected lord who had been invited to help. After about 10 breaths, one of the chess pieces disappeared. The only child crashed into the other chess piece. Again, after about 10 breaths, the 2 Jew immortals' chess pieces completely disappeared. Lu Xiaoyi pointed her halberd and shouted, "That Yongshan rat! If you want to find trouble with me, then come at me. What's the point of sending these cannon fodders to their deaths? Don't you dare to fight." Sneakily, the way of heaven opened a hole and let you cowardly rats come up. You've tarnished the name of young God. The remaining 3 people felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that the heaven and earth chessboard had discovered their little tricks. The rules had changed and could decide life and death. However, in their hearts, who would dare to speak lightly to this fierce person? Originally, this was a sure kill situation, but their understanding of their opponent was still too shallow. They did not expect that he could reach an agreement with the heaven and earth chessboard in such a short time and change the situation from a difficult situation to a life and death situation. This immediately made them lose confidence. If they wanted to invite more people, the heaven and earth chessboard would not allow it. Among the remaining 3 people, there was a yin god perfected lord. How could they dare to attack this person? They had the intention to retreat and could not help but regret their reckless help. If they had known that it was this fierce person, why would they have come up and embarrassed themselves? Lu Xiaoyi pressed forward step by step. This was the disadvantage of the chess piece space. It was impossible to get close to the opponent quickly like in the outside space. He could only move step by step. However, it was precisely because of this that it created a huge psychological pressure on the young god. Among the 5 people, he was the only one who knew the ins and outs of the matter. However, he did not expect this person to be able to communicate with the heaven and earth chessboard and instantly destroy his plan that he thought was flawless. Why didn't he know that this person was difficult to deal with? Even if he was in the young god phase, he did not dare to face him alone. This person could kill a young god when he was in the yin god phase. He was a well-known fierce figure in the universe and was not someone he could deal with. That was why he had used the heaven and earth chessboard to set up a difficult situation without involving life and death. It was all because this person was not easy to deal with. However, all of this had come to nothing. It was all empty talk. He had been entrusted by someone to set up a net here and wait. He happened to take advantage of the opportunity that he was in charge of guarding the chessboard and could find this person in the first place. However, all his plans had failed in the face of absolute strength. Not only had he lost face, but he might also pose a huge threat to the sect behind him. This was what really worried him. Chapter 1756. The young god had been forced into a desperate situation. He had been entrusted by others and had to do it for a reason. However, he was not a person who would risk his life knowing that there was no hope. This was the loophole in the mental state of cultivators after the Tao of Heaven opened a gap. Some people's realms had risen, but they did not have a corresponding mental state. He was just a young god in name. A real young god would not easily accept such a entrustment and put his future on a dangerous intercept. But once he accepted it, he would inevitably use his life to complete it. He was not. Even he knew this very well. The key was that he was already in a difficult position. Even if he withdrew from the chessboard and retreated, the impact had already been caused. With this person's deep relationship with the big sects in Juzian, how could they let him go so easily? Moreover, even if this person did not have such connections, as the guardian Taoist, He had abused his position for personal gain and opened the chessboard of heaven and earth to satisfy his own personal interests. This was absolutely intolerable in Juzian. If everyone did this, it would cause damage to the reputation of the entire region. Therefore, the punishment had always been severe, no matter what your background was, even if you were from the 8 major forces. A failed assassination attempt, but he had gambled on his future. After that, the higher-ups of Juzian would investigate everything that had happened on the chessboard. Nothing could be hidden. This was inevitable. Having made his decision, he said apologetically to the remaining 2 true monarchs, "The 2 of you, my actions have caused the 2 of you to suffer an undeserved calamity. This was not my intention. It was truly due to my poor planning, my strength was insufficient, and the opponent was too cunning. Now that the matter has been exposed, I have decided to leave. You 2 can do as you please. I will make up for what you owe me in the future. I hope you and I will see each other again." After saying this, he immediately withdrew the chessboard and chose to leave first. This was also a protective measure of the chessboard of heaven and earth for the 2 sides of the battle. Instead of ejecting the 2 sides at the same time, there was an order to prevent the weaker side from being eliminated from the chessboard. Therefore, when Lu Xiaoyi appeared outside the chessboard, the young god surnamed Sun had already gone far away. It was not a small price to pay to leave the sect for a promise. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyi also understood that this person did not want to stay here and was forced to reveal the secret. He couldn't give chase, not because he couldn't, but because he couldn't afford to waste time. If a scoundrel like him didn't have the determination to fight, he would definitely flee for his life. When a young spirit desperately fled, it was really a big problem to catch him. However, the remaining 2 supremes did not run away. One of them was a primordial spirit and the other was a yin spirit. Clearly, they were very clear about their situation. They felt that the disadvantages of running away were far greater than accepting punishment in Juzian. A sect was a cultivator's root. Not everyone could leave their roots and still thrive. Being a disciple of a sect was not easy, and a rogue cultivator's life was equally difficult. The Essence Soul replied awkwardly, "We were deceived by Senior Brother and are willing to accept your punishment. Please forgive me, fellow Daoist Lu." Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Those who shouldn't have left had run away. The remaining 2 probably wouldn't be able to find anything useful. However, after this incident, he couldn't help but have doubts about Juzian's system. If they really did take action, would they be trustworthy? There was no way to confirm it. "You broke the sect's rules. I need an explanation." Carefree Travel was a gathering of great cultivators. The leaders of the 8 major forces in Juzian were all here. Qingwei Immortal Sect, Yuansha Cave, Carefree Travel, Huangting Taoism, Taishan Middle Yellow, Human Sect, Thousand Buddhas Imperial Heaven, and Bitter Zen Temple were all here. It was impossible to do this before the great changes in the universe. However, now was the eve of chaos. Until the end of the era, such a situation would only become more and more intense. The string would become tighter and tighter, but there wouldn't be the slightest relaxation. After explaining the specific situation, Lu Xiaoyi didn't say anything more. He left the hall and waited for the others to make a decision. He didn't accept the answer of waiting for a while and discussing it. It was a bit unreasonable to ask for an answer now, but he had the right to be unreasonable now. The faces of Juzian and the other young spirit helmsmen were a little unnatural because they had been excluded from the small circle of interior masters. Of course, that wasn't entirely true. At least there was still half of the Carefree Travel. They were the current recruiters, young and full of vitality. They dared to think and do what they wanted. They didn't have any psychological burden to destroy a super big world that was as famous as Juzian. It was as if it was a very normal thing. Great Buddha Bitter Zen smiled bitterly. "We must participate. Otherwise, we will be excluded from the mainstream of the cultivation world. We were ignored once, and we were ignored again and again, especially when we haven't made any achievements in the younger generation." Sun God of Human Sect suggested, "We can't have fewer people going. Otherwise, we can't show our determination and strength." Although there are no outstanding juniors who can squeeze into that circle for the time being, at least half of them can be considered as our own people. There was no doubt. For them, it was impossible to refuse such a call because others wouldn't always give them such an opportunity. If they refused once, there wouldn't be a next time. By my looked at you answer, young god. Fellow Daoist Chu, you have to investigate the matter of your junior brother. If it's just a personal grudge, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid there are other secrets. We're going this time to show off Juzian's strength. If we rush there and show our buttocks. Yuanxia young god's eyes were gloomy. Don't worry, we've already tracked him down, unless he never comes back, otherwise, we've also used some tricks. We were indeed deceived. You also know that in the big sects, the lower-level cultivators are somewhat blind to the sun gods of our sect. That kid is really ruthless. He killed 2 of them directly. 2 primordial spirits. Lu Xiaoyi and Juzian's agreement was not to move out for the time being because this place was closer to the Henghe boundary. With their speed, they could reach it in 60 years by walking in the reverse space. It wasn't a good thing to go early. With so many sun gods gathered, it would be difficult for them to not give themselves away after a long time. They would wait here for 40 years, and then join forces with the Heavens Chosen to go to the Beast territory. During this time, the news was sealed, and only the leaders of these big sects knew. After all, Juzian was too big, and there were too many people. It was impossible to block everyone's mouths. Before leaving, Baimai sent him off. Don't worry too much. Yuanxia just can't put down his face. They're actually very angry about this matter. When a sect is big, there are all kinds of people. The Heavenly Tao has opened a gap in the realm, and any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come up. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. I don't mind. Baimai looked at him. Compared to the old you, you're finally not vengeful anymore. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. No, I'm still the old me. It's just that there's no point in avenging people who aren't important. A clumsy encirclement. The plan wasn't thorough enough, and the execution wasn't firm enough. They didn't have the courage to risk their lives. It was more like a perfunctory action. I don't have the interest to pursue it. The only use is to make me doubt Juzian's system. So, I can't be angry. Once I'm angry, someone will be pleased. Chapter 1757. Baimai was very pleased. This young man's growth was beyond his imagination. He was very glad that he had chosen the most correct way to deal with this person as a spy. You're right. It's not so much an interception as a way to make you doubt Juzian. If you don't deal with it well, it will have an impact on this gathering of troops. But in terms of facts, I have a few opinions. Are you willing to listen? Lu Xiaoyi said sincerely, I will always listen to your opinions and am willing to use them as a cornerstone to deal with things. The biggest characteristic of the younger generation is that they are young, but the biggest hidden danger is also young. So I solemnly ask you not to give up your responsibility just because the young people have taken advantage of the times to fly higher. If you need to give them advice and teach them a lesson. Baimai was interested. If I teach you a lesson, will you listen? Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. Maybe a lot of it will go in one ear and out the other, but I will always listen to some of it. The white eyebrows snorted, but he was very satisfied. The best thing about this young man was that he always knew when to persevere and when to accept good advice. This kind of person could often go further because they had the right attitude. Proud but not arrogant, outstanding but not flock, modest but not humble. This sun god couldn't have been waiting for you. Judging from the incident, he was a little hasty, but his purpose was very clear. The transit time of the chessboard of heaven and earth is very short. If he hesitated for a moment, you would have gone. If he could stop you, he must have been mentally prepared for this. But he was not well prepared. You don't know who he is, but it's impossible that he doesn't know who you are. If he really wants to take you down, he is far from enough in terms of plan and personnel. This can only mean that he received the news that you were going back to Juzian very soon. It was so short that he couldn't prepare a reliable hunting plan for you. Who else knows that you are coming? The fifth ring knows. But they won't leak it, and they can't show up. The transmission of the news can't keep up with your speed. So, in fact, you should be very clear that your threat comes from above. If you can do it, others may be able to do it. Lu Xiaoyi was silent. This was actually his judgment. With the interior sky as a transit, no one could catch up with his speed unless it was someone who could use the same interior sky as him. Bai Mai reminded him, "What I'm worried about is that this is just the beginning. There are many places you need to go. You thought that you were safe in Juzian, but you were schemed against. Maybe you think that this kind of interception is not worth mentioning, but I want to tell you that if you didn't have the previous contact with the chessboard of heaven and earth and couldn't change the rules of the 5 pieces alignment, then do you still think that you are invincible? Under the rules, if you couldn't kill the other party, you could only entangle them. Among them, there was a young god. It wasn't difficult for the 5 suns to line up in a line. In my Juzian, this is the most effective way to capture foreign enemies. The 5 chess pieces alignment could borrow the power of the chessboard of heaven and earth. With this kind of imprisonment and capture, did he dare to say that he had absolute confidence in winning? So it's not that it's not dangerous, it's just that you don't realize it yourself. It's just that the opponent didn't do a good job against you. That's why Yuanxia didn't really mind that you killed 2 of their primordial spirits, because this chess game was indeed full of malice. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. You're right, senior brother. I've learned a lot. Bai Mai said coldly, thunder sounded in a silent place, and you attacked in a place you thought was the safest. Moreover, there were 2 layers of killing. First, there was the death trap, and then there was the destruction of the alliance. The former was broken by the tacit understanding between you and Wild Fox, and the latter was broken by your calmness. You were lucky. But you can't always rely on luck. I can't guess where the next killing trap will be, so you can only rely on yourself. Lu Xiaoyi sneered. It doesn't matter. The more killing traps they set up, the more they will give themselves away. It's a pity that I can't go back now. Otherwise, as long as I check who left the chessboard of heaven and earth, I'll know who is behind this. Then come on. If this person doesn't do it himself, I'd like to see how many people he can find in the main world who can defeat me. By my side inwardly. Young people are really thick-skinned. It was also because of this courage that he was able to do so many great things. If it was someone who was afraid of the slightest thing, once there was a psychological barrier, they would become cautious in doing things. How would they be able to reach this step? Bai Mai was a little puzzled. It seems that you young people don't pay much attention to keeping secrets up there. You just came out, and someone immediately followed you to ruin your plans. Then, how did you ensure the surprise of the attack in Henghe sector? Lu Xiaoyi explained to him, first of all, there's no way to keep it a secret. Those guys are all arrogant and conceited. They use ancient cultivation as their standard. They can't stand to be sneaky, but they yearn to be unruly. Such a group can't have a leader, and it's even more impossible for everyone to keep a secret like an army. So it's not that I'm careless, it's that I don't have a solution. Coming out with me may not necessarily be to save Henghe sector. These are 2 different things. Henghe sector is already doomed. No one can save it. Whoever saves it will have a bad reputation in this circle. But the struggle between cultivators is still on the Great Tao. It's not that we love each other just because we have a common goal. We're just robbers who gather together to rob. After robbing, we still have to fight for the Great Tao of dividing the loot. This is unavoidable. As for the surprise of the attack on Henghe sector, it's actually not that important. Facing Bai Mai's puzzled gaze, Lu Xiaoyi was very firm. If you look at all the world-ending wars in history, you can find that there's no example of a successful sneak attack. In the cultivation world, strength is the hard indicator. Temporarily occupying a sector doesn't have much practical significance. You don't even dare to do anything to their commoners. So our strategy is to crush them, not sneak attack. This is the reason why we need to unite everyone. Bai Mai reminded him, history also tells us that in every world-ending war, the attacked side would receive the news early or late. They would be prepared, and more than 30% of them would take the initiative to counterattack. For example, The celestial wolf expedition of the Fifth Ring sector 20,000 years ago was actually a big counterattack. In the last Great War of the Fifth Ring sector, you also didn't hide near the border, Lu Xiaoyi said softly. We already expected that Henghe sector would find helpers. Then what kind of helpers do you think they can find outside of the Taoists and Buddhists of the main world? Even the Great Realm is on our side. Who would dare to stand with us? Who else could they find? Could it be the helpers from the last Great War of the Fifth Ring sector, the Winged Man and Zerg? I'm looking forward to it. As for taking the initiative to attack, it seems like you still don't understand the orthodoxy of Henghe sector. To them, once they leave Henghe sector and the Heng River, they are nothing. Chapter 1758. The Henghe boundary was still a scene of prosperity. Of course, this so-called prosperity was only for some people. Just a few years ago, a drought that swept through half of the Henghe boundary suddenly descended. After a few years, it became more and more severe. There was no chance of rain at all. Coupled with the unusually high summer temperature of the Henghe boundary, life was really difficult for the ordinary people of the Henghe boundary. Even the water level of the sacred river, the Heng River, dropped a lot. The riverbed was exposed and the water flow was very slow. This affected the living conditions of many people along the river. The worship of the gods was held again and again. Large-scale activities to invite the gods began to spread gradually. This was the natural law of the planet, a natural phenomenon that occurred periodically. It was similar to the natural cycle of the Little Ice Age, but it was not something that the gods could save them. Of course, for such a large boundary, there were always places that were not affected by the disaster. There were always holy places where people could live as usual. However, these things were too far away for the ordinary people in the disaster area. Thousands of miles away was an eternal legend in this undeveloped place. Most people lived within a few hundred miles for their entire lives. How could they enjoy the nourishment that only the upper class could enjoy? The rich left one after another, but the temples were still flourishing. The same disaster happened on this land, but it had different effects on different groups of people. This was the Henghe Jie, a place where secular management was sluggish, irresponsible, and inefficient. In such a large cultivation planet, this kind of situation was hard to understand. Because with the power of a cultivator, even if they could not change the world, it was still easy to alleviate the drought to a certain extent. However, in this strange place, such a large number of deaths became the best opportunity for reincarnation. It had to be said that the Henghe boundary people's brain circuits were very strange. They thought differently from ordinary people, but there were also people who were not willing to resign themselves to fate and wanted to decide their own future. For some reason, it seemed that in the past few hundred years, there were more and more ordinary people with such thoughts. Although it was only a small group and far from the mainstream, this kind of thought was very dangerous. It could often lead those who did not know the truth to start a riot together. Therefore, in the Henghe realm, there would always be such traitors appearing everywhere. Of course, they would be cruelly suppressed because they did not have enough power. After all, the foundation was still too weak. The factor of resistance had not completely spread, and there was also a lack of suitable environment and atmosphere. However, due to the drought this time, the grain reserves had been completely depleted and their savings had been reduced to nothing. Thus, they were able to satisfy the basic needs of change. Then, there were those who had evil intentions and were secretly stirring up trouble in various places. Under the rise and fall of one after another, they actually formed a force and created a huge commotion. In the world of cultivation, rebellion was the most dangerous and impossible action. But when people were starving, naturally, they would not think so much. And even in the Henghe region, the way cultivators affected the lives of mortals was mostly through temples. Even though the Henghe region was very strange, it was the foundation of the cultivation world. It was an ironclad rule that mortals could not be attacked directly. It was impossible for cultivators to act recklessly. Still, the troubles of mortals could only be solved by ordinary mortals. This depended on the suppression of the aristocrats, landlords, and high caste people in various places. They had sufficient manpower, relatively more abundant rations, subtle help from various temples, better equipment, and more extensive knowledge. Therefore, the result was actually destined. Tiala State was the place where the drought was the most serious. Of course, it was also the place where the peasant riots were the most frequent. The local king could not control it. With the help of other states, it was not easy to suppress the riots in the state. After several months, more than 10 leaders of the riots were caught. Now, these people were tied up in the square of the capital. They had been starved for several days and were only given some water to keep them alive. They were waiting for the day of the official public execution to serve as a warning to others. On this day, there was a sea of people in the capital. Those who could live in the city were at least small craftsmen, not the lowest class of people. Of course, they did not have a good impression of these so-called rioters. They thought that they were the root of the disaster and that they had to be killed to appease the people. For the people of Henghe region, there were not many entertainment activities. The temple activities were the main focus. Therefore, many people came. At least hundreds of thousands of people crowded the place. There were still people squeezing in, just to see the final scene of blood splattering 7 feet. In this place, no matter what kind of public activity it would ultimately evolve into a religious activity. Therefore, before the execution, a series of religious performances must be held. This was also something that ordinary people liked to watch the most. Life was very hard, so they could only take advantage of this opportunity to relax. It was human nature. The activities had been going on for many days. This was also the characteristic of the Henghe sect's religious activities. They were slow and unorganized. If you were not an indigenous person, you would not know what the activities were. However, the indigenous people knew. They could always accurately step on the activities. It was noisy, crowded, and formed a flow of people. Then, they would leave behind filth on the ground. For example, on the first day, they went to the temple to worship the gods. They fed the monkeys, tigers, and rats. Then, the women carried a big iron kettle in groups. Then, everyone rushed to the river outside the city and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, they came back to spit fire, played with snakes, and burned a paper man that looked like a drought demon on the street. Everyone cheered loudly as if they had survived a drought. The method to make the joy last longer was very simple. They would stab a drought demon and burn it again. It was a simple joy. Of course, the happiest thing was to watch the performance of the king's army. Those soldiers with big beards who looked mighty and majestic began to stack on the street. All kinds of human pyramids. On the back of a horse. On the back of a camel. On a small cart. All kinds of strange shapes and flying postures. It was like the heavenly soldiers and generals sent by the gods, stacking together. The first group might only be 2 or 3 people working together. Then, more and more people would appear. In the end, the poor camel in the camel team would be pressed down by more than 10 burly men, making it difficult for it to move. They would be happy. They would be satisfied. They stacked together and rushed towards a bright future. It was even more festive than the festival. Their right hand grabbed something sticky and stuffed it into their mouth. After a period of time, their left hand would clean up the digested paste. It was also a very funny natural cycle. After more than 10 days, the big shots finally arrived at the capital city. This also meant that the most important part of the festival was about to begin. Chapter 1759. Amidst the loud cheers, several carriages drove into the city. In the lead carriage, a plainly dressed middle-aged man appeared to be a little out of place with the others around him. In the Henghe region, people did not regard plainness as beauty. Luxurious clothing represented one's status. In the dictionary here, there was no such thing as traveling at night in brocade clothes. One had to travel during the day, and the more crowded the place, the better. Therefore, in other domains, even the most vulgar nouveau riche would not wear a few kilograms of gold chain around their necks. But here, it was a common occurrence. There were even people who would make gold leaf clothes that weighed more than 10 kilograms to show off their nobility. They wished that others would not know of their wealth, even if they had to be accompanied by a few burly bodyguards. The people in the carriages were all dressed in luxurious clothing. But their luxurious clothing was different from the luxurious clothing of the merchants of the lower castes. Because of their education and influence since they were young, they appeared to be more tasteful. At first glance, one could tell that they were from big families with real status and history. But among them, a plainly dressed middle-aged man was very special. In the atmosphere of the Henghi sector, he could still stand out from the crowd and did not care about the opinions of the people around him. This could only mean that his status was not ordinary. A true ruler did not need to use external things to show himself. The driver flicked the whip, and even though it was not wide on the busy streets, it still sped as if it was flying. The attendant at the shaft of the carriage turned his head to face the carriage, and his expression was one of sincere respect. "Amir, we've arrived at the capital of Tiala." Amir nodded silently, his expression melancholy. It wasn't that he was putting on an act, but because of his unparalleled reputation in the Henghi realm, if people saw him, it might cause an uncontrollable uproar. This wasn't the first time that people had been trampled on. He was practicing asceticism. This was a big tradition in the Henghi sector, especially the Lice Granny Great Divine Path that he believed in. It was the mainstream Henghi sector orthodoxy that valued asceticism the most. It was once every 100 years for 100 years, which meant that the cultivators of the Lice Granny path spent at least half of their life in asceticism. It was the most devout divine path in the Henghi sector. The so-called ascetic cultivation in the Henghi sector was different from the mainstream orthodoxy of the universe's self-cultivation world. It was true ascetic cultivation. It wasn't wandering alone in the void of the universe. That was traveling, not ascetic cultivation. The so-called ascetic cultivation in the Henghi realm referred to the comprehension of the mortal world and the ceiling of all one's abilities. If one used the power of cultivation during this period of time, then this ascetic cultivation would be considered a failure. Not only would one not benefit, but they would also be damaged. Amir Khan was now in the midst of such penance. Since it's an ascetic cultivation, of course you have to eat and sleep in the open. You're no different from a mortal. Driving a few luxurious cars is like going on an excursion. However, he had no other choice. When he heard the news, he was still in a faraway foreign land and could not rush back in time. Under the premise that he could not use his ability, he could only rely on the power of the secular world because he had a reason to come back. During his ascetic cultivation journey, he was very worried about the various situations that had occurred in the disaster area of the Henghi realm. The suppression methods used by the local kings also made him uneasy. It was somewhat too cruel. He was very clear that the root cause of the situation was not the food and water, but the disregard and belittlement of the lives of the lower caste people in the Henghi realm for a long time. If there was a slightly more efficient local government, with a little more effort, with the richness of the Henghi realm, all of this would not have happened. All these years, he had been working hard to pacify the people, urging the local kings to strengthen relief, improve the transportation of goods, improve efficiency, etc. If everything could have improved even a little bit, with the hard-working nature of the people of the Henghi realm, there would not have been endless riots everywhere. Unfortunately, even if his status was high, his caste was noble, and he had great influence among the people and countless followers. When it came to the personal gains and losses of those with vested interests, he had no choice but to be defeated. Just one word: perfunctory. Let his well-intentioned advice go down the drain. This was not something that could be solved in a short time. The deep-rooted thing formed by hundreds of thousands of years of history could not be completely changed by him and his disciples alone. Behind those local kings, nobles, and high caste, which one of them did not have a strong background? There was even no lack of existences like him who were respectfully called Khan. In such a contest, he, who was alone, was defeated as expected. The gap between ideal and reality was something that even a top cultivator like him could not change. He had put in a lot of effort, and the most direct way for cultivators was to use the methods of cultivation to solve the problem, to apply what they had learned. Large-scale rain formation, inviting gods, and so on, but these methods could only alleviate the situation for a while, and could not fundamentally solve the problem. In the natural law of the Henghi realm, the drought of these years was originally a way of self-adjustment. It was a natural response of nature to the environment and population, and it was in accordance with the internal law of the realm. As a cultivator, he was well aware of this point, so in fact, he did not dare to interfere too much. This was different from finding a desolate star in the void of the universe to evolve the changes of the Great Tao. This was their home planet, a super big world with tens of billions of people, and no one dared to act rashly. It was not only the Henghi realm, but in fact, every cultivator in the cultivation realm did not dare to make a deep conversion of the 5 elements on their home planet, because it would kill people and a large number of life. Therefore, urging the rain had a great limitation. It could be withstood when the drought was light, but for this kind of periodic change in the law of nature, the power of the cultivators did not dare to exceed their authority, because this kind of change in nature would follow the ancient internal needs, and its purpose was to support the stars for a longer period of time. It was like a self-detoxification adjustment. If urging the rain did not work, then irrigate and build canals. Relying on the few big rivers of the Henghi realm, and using the power of cultivators to divert the branches, this kind of method was technically not difficult for cultivators with great power. It could be a matter of punching and kicking, and they could plow 100 feet of river on the ground. But this kind of effort also caused a fierce debate in the secular world and the cultivation realm. The people of the Henghi realm worshipped the rivers deep in their bones, and rejected all efforts to dig canals and ditches along the banks of the rivers, because this was disrespectful to the god. Especially in their attitude towards the Henghi realm, it was as if digging canals on the Henghi realm was cutting a hole in one's body. It would cause one to lose the most precious thing. In short, it was best not to change anything. As for the ordinary people in the drought area, what was so important about them? If they could survive, they would be lucky, but if they could not, they would die early and reincarnate. Who knows, they might be reincarnated into a rich upper caste family. Amir Khan practiced his ascetic cultivation in this kind of rush, and the more he cultivated, the harder it became. The only thing he could do now was to at least give these rioting people a way out. He knew that they were not rioters, and did not really want to overthrow anyone, but it was a natural reaction under the pressure of survival. This was his purpose in coming to the capital of Tiala. Killing people would not stop all of this, and the problem would not be solved. If he killed one group, there would definitely be another. Chapter 1760. The carriage drove into the square and approached the pavilion. The sun was scorching, so the nobles could not squeeze under the sun like the commoners. They had canopies to shade them from the sun, and they had honey and wine. These were 2 completely different lifestyles. When Amir Khan arrived, the nobles of Tiara all stood up to welcome him. In the Henghi sector, the ascetic cultivation of cultivators was all too common and could be seen everywhere. Not only were there grand cultivators, there were also cultivators of different realms. They were everywhere in the Henghi sector. Some were willing to go to the remote mountains, while others were willing to go to the busy streets. To the nobles, these people were not to be offended. This was because under their seemingly destitute attire, there was actually an extremely terrifying power hidden within. Of course, the fear was mutual. The nobles of the mortal world were afraid of the cultivators who cultivated ascetically. Similarly, the ascetics were also very afraid of the local kings and nobles of large families. This was because who knew which famous cultivator was hidden in the family tree of these nobles? They might even be related to the seniors of their own orthodoxy, so they could not do whatever they wanted and order people around. For example, the nobles of the Tiala state had a Khan in their family name. They also had countless grand cultivators. With such family power, even a realm master like Amir Khan could not order them around. They had to negotiate with each other, so a delicate balance was reached between the cultivation world and the mortal world. This was a normal phenomenon. In this universe, no one could be above everything. On the contrary, in the mortal realms like the splendid heaven and earth, only those in power had supreme power. If Amir Khan wanted to pardon the death row prisoners, he had to reach an agreement with the nobles. He could not make the decision by himself. A life for a life, and a debt must be paid. It is only right and proper. These 10 people have all taken lives, and many of them have taken more than one life. In order to prevent the riot from spreading, Amir Khan calmed the people down as a show of conciliation. We can understand his feelings, but if he really did that, what would happen to the victims? Wouldn't the Henghi civil code become a decoration? The local king and the other nobles politely refused. They had their own ideas. According to historical tradition, they could not indulge these traitors because they had destroyed everyone's wealth. As for the overall situation, it was not their place to worry about it. It was not their responsibility. But since the Khan has come in person, we understand what you mean. How about this? Although the death penalty for these criminal leaders is unavoidable, we will try our best to protect their wives and children. It can also be considered as leaving them with a memento, so that their bloodline will not be cut off. Of course, his wife and children could be spared. Not only could they be slaves, but they could also. These nobles were very calculative. Amir Khan sighed in his heart. He had long known that this would be the result. This was not the first time he had failed to intervene. In the Henghi realm, the power of tradition was extremely strong. It was so strong that even young God Khan could not change it. This was the limitation of the Hung River system. Their connection to the Hung River mother planet was too deep. This gave them the power of a god, but it also entangled them here. They couldn't break free. In the various realms of the cultivation world in the universe, there were very few orthodoxies that were so closely connected to the secular world like the Hung River mother planet. Amir Khan, one of the 100 young god grand priests of the Hung River system, was ranked at the top of the peak. The ability he showed during his ascetic cultivation was completely inconsistent with his status. This was not surprising. It was precisely because of his integrity that his methods were inferior to those high Khans who were far inferior to him. They had bottom lines, perseverance, and compassion. This made him have a great reputation in the Henghi realm, but he could not express this reputation in any way. Of course, this was a blessing in disguise. It was also because of his persistence that he could be ranked in the top 3 among the young gods of the Hung River system. Master, these natives don't know what's good for them. Should we teach them a lesson? You don't have to worry about any disputes. It's fine as long as they know their limits. In fact, the other grand priests do the same. How many of them really follow the rules during their ascetic cultivation? As long as no one dies, everyone is a cultivator and can understand each other. These people have nothing but profit in their eyes. They don't even care about the dignity of the temple. This was the second disciple of the imperial chariot. He was more quick-witted. Amir Khan shook his head. I will never treat the people of the Hung River system in this way, no matter if they are noble or lowly, poor or rich. Remember, the wheel of history can never be changed by one person. I can't do it. Even if I really become a god, I can't do it. It needs to be passed on from generation to generation. Therefore, whether you can succeed or not is actually secondary. The most important thing is that you have to stick to your original intention. As long as every generation thinks this way, they will definitely be able to change the bad habits of this world. The attendant was the third disciple. But, I don't see any changes. Master, you have cultivated hard for thousands of years and formed your own ideas. But those who are willing to follow you, except for the poor people of the lower castes, have a lot of obstacles in the cultivation circle. Even among your disciples and followers, there are only a few of us. Even eldest senior brother left without a care. You see. A strange expression appeared on Amir Khan's always smiling and gentle face. This eldest disciple was the disciple he was most proud of, but also the one who was the most disobedient. He had always been dismissive of his ideas. Change needs an opportunity. The disciples asked, what is considered an opportunity? Amir Khan pondered. The so-called opportunity, don't think of it as a point, a person, or an event. That's too narrow. It should be a series of seemingly messy people and events twisted together, the product of the fermentation of time. Perhaps it has already started, from the moment our Hung River system began to secretly participate in the war of the universe. I have advised them countless times, but no one was willing to listen to me. In recent years, there have been sporadic Hung River system young gods withering, including the drought of this world, but the ordinary people are unusually full of resistance. This has never happened before. It is not the character of the people of Hung River system. There must be something that changed their thinking in reincarnation. I don't know what this development will bring. But once these things start to become clear, it will be the day when the opportunity arrives. The second disciple frowned. Will it coincide with the change of the era? Amir Khan was surprised. I hope so, but not necessarily. I hope that the Hung River system will become more open and accept more things from the outside world. Not only do we have to have the courage to go out, we also have to welcome the mainstream of Taoism and Buddhism in. Only in this way can we welcome the arrival of the change of the era like the other worlds, and not be an outsider watching coldly from the sidelines. Do you know that watching from the sidelines is the most dangerous? Do you think you can avoid some things by not participating? How is that possible? What's more, we are participating unwisely, sneaking around and hiding. Chapter 1761. The two disciples didn't know what to say. Actually, their own strength wasn't bad. To be able to stay by their master's side, they were originally very outstanding people in the Lice Divine Tao. They were both primordial soul cultivators, but their excellence was not enough in front of eldest senior brother. You mean, man-made disasters? The third disciple was very sharp. Amir Khan sighed. Everything, environment, trends, coincidences, accidents. When these start to become more frequent, they all point to the same result, man-made disasters. The Hung River has been in drought for years, so there are man-made disasters. But if you look carefully, these problems have already shown signs, and they are the changes caused by the agitation of countless souls in the Hung River. There was once an ancient great god in the Hung River who said that too much dependence on the Hung River is not a good sign. The accumulation of quantitative changes will inevitably lead to qualitative changes. Unfortunately, no one was willing to listen. The chaos caused by the victims is just a small man-made disaster. It doesn't harm the foundation, let alone an opportunity. But if small man-made disasters continue to accumulate, it can lead to a big man-made disaster. Then do you think that after doing something in the Hung River boundary in private, not a trace of it has been leaked for hundreds of years? The two disciples were deeply worried when they heard this. In fact, their current mentality was very common in the cultivation circle of Hung River after the Battle of the Five Rings. They were afraid that outside forces would come knocking on their door, poke a hole in this, and reveal the truth to the world. But as time passed, they didn't see anyone saying anything, and slowly they became numb. But there were also those who were clear-headed and thought that the calm was just the prelude to the storm. Just like their master, Amir Khan, the third disciple was very careful. It can't be. Back then, I also participated in the operation. I was very careful and took many turns, and did a lot of concealment. I couldn't have left behind any clues. It has been so long, and you are still so worried. Isn't it a little? Amir Khan was stunned. A snake in a cup. Don't underestimate the mainstream cultivation world. If we treat them as fools, they will treat us as sacrifices. I don't have evidence, it's just a feeling. The funny thing is that in other aspects, those Khans and I are not on the same pace. But on this point, we have a common point. And this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. The second disciple was a little nervous. Is there anything I can do? Amir Khan smiled. Yes. We will send our most capable people to the various great realms. In terms of infiltration, we haven't done enough. This is also the reason why the orthodoxies are too different. In addition to the distance, there is no need to send out some people. For example, 5 rings. If there was a man-made disaster, it would definitely be involved. But we can't send anyone over, because it's too far, because that domain is too vigilant. This was because even if they had discovered something, it would be a huge problem to pass on the information. However, there are a few realms that I think are bound to encounter man-made disasters. For example, Juzyan, Anchor Chain, Heaven's Choice. This is also our direction. After all, we are closer. Moreover, Juzyan and Heaven's Choice are very complicated. The cat chain is composed of 8 realms, so it is relatively easier to infiltrate. There's no need for you to infiltrate their upper echelons. That's simply impossible. As long as you make friends as a traveling cultivator, you'll be able to hear the slightest bit of news. Are you willing to go? The 2 disciples nodded. They didn't lack the will to sacrifice themselves for Heng He. What they lacked was the opportunity. To be fortunate enough to become the disciple and follower of the godlike Heng He world, Amir Khan, they naturally had their own strengths that ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to. The 3rd disciple was very regretful. It's a pity that eldest senior brother isn't here. If he was, I'm afraid there would be an unusual change. Eldest senior brother has been in the universe for a long time and is much more familiar with the outside world than us. He is also more popular. Amir Khan shook his head and still didn't say anything. His eldest disciple was no longer in this main world's universe. Instead, he had gone to some unspeakable place. His achievements had long surpassed him, his master. How could he order him around? Regarding how Heng He world's cultivators reached the upper realm and how they stepped into the half-immortal realm, although it couldn't be said to be a secret in the universe's cultivation world, very few people knew about it. Because it wasn't important, because they didn't care, because they belonged to the minority. In the mainstream world's orthodoxies, there were ancient methods and modern methods. The specific difference was that other than the Blight realm, all methods of ascending to immortality were ancient method. This concept was actually a bit vague because there were countless orthodoxies in the universe. There were many special orthodoxies that didn't actually have the difference between ancient and modern methods. For example, Heng He world. They had never changed. No matter how the mainstream of the upper realm methods changed, they had always stuck to themselves. In other words, their orthodoxies couldn't actually get close to the modern Blight realm. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't. Just like the spirit attachment method of the Heng He boundary, there was no similarity between it and the Blight realm. Things were strange because of this point. In the recent ancient times, the people of Heng He world thought that their orthodoxies were different from the Blight realm, so they classified themselves as the path to interior heaven. But the problem was that interior heaven didn't allow them to enter. Because the interior view heaven did not recognize the Godhead, no one knew what was going on in the upper level of the power struggle. Anyway, if they couldn't go to interior heaven, they could only go to exterior heaven. There were many weird orthodoxies here like Heng He world. For some reason, the heavenly axiom classified Heng He world as a special orthodoxy system of exterior heaven and not an ancient method. To be honest, this wasn't specifically targeted at Heng He world. There were many such special inheritances in the universe that were all stuffed into exterior heaven. This was also the reason why Lu Xiaoyi couldn't see any Heng He world geniuses after going to interior heaven. If he had the ability to go to exterior heaven, he would definitely have a chance. But it was only a theoretical chance. There were tens of thousands of exterior heaven half-immortals, and the space was abnormally huge. How could it be so easy to meet one? Amir Khan's eldest disciple went to such a place, and he didn't take the step after reaching the sun spirit realm. He took the step when he was in the primordial spirit realm like the other disciples. He was the role model and idol of all the disciples. He was regarded as a celestial being and carried the hope of this generation of Heng He world. He missed his most outstanding disciple very much. The student had surpassed the master and inherited 70 to 80% of what he had learned. Moreover, he had innovated and changed. Even when this guy was by his side, he was almost always singing the opposite tune and going against him. But there was one thing. As long as it was an outside task, there was no one that he couldn't complete. Amir Khan was very different in Heng He world. He was different from the others in every aspect. He deeply hated some of the bad habits of Heng He world. The reason why he was able to stay in his position was partly because of his powerful strength, and partly because he had a very outstanding disciple. For the sake of this Evildor, there were many things that would be very excessive when others did it, but when he did it, there would be a lot less criticism. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that this was the truth. Chapter 1762. Lu Xiaoyi plunged into the negative space. With his current speed, the journey from Juzian to Heaven's Choice would only take a little more than a year, so there was no need to use the interior heaven. He had always been a careful person and had a deep understanding of cheating. He knew that the biggest danger of cheating was that you had no end to it. You had to know when to stop. In the negative space, there were endless cultivators passing by. Since the last battle with Juzian ended so hastily, both sides had reached a limited non-aggression agreement. It wasn't that they were willing to do so, but that Heaven's Choice realized that their dispute was actually very meaningless. Even if they won, they wouldn't get anything. Instead, they would face huge losses and casualties, and the main world would target them more. Of course, Juzian didn't want to take the initiative to attack. Bai Mai and the others understood very well that when Heaven's Choice continent existed as a whole, no one could take down this giant. Unless, as the mainstream cultivation world guessed, when the main and negative worlds merged, Heaven's Choice continent would fall apart. There was no need to attack, just wait for it to fall. Under this premise, the communication between the two sides became more frequent. The people of Juzian seized the time to experience the remaining 20 or so tablets of Great Way, and the outflow of Heaven's cultivators sped up. Heaven's Choice people were almost in a state of laissez-faire with the defense of the entire continent. They could see that no one would touch them. Their biggest problem was that the continent itself was so big. If the main and negative spaces merged, how many pieces would Heaven's Choice be broken into? People were weaving together. This situation that was impossible to appear in the void of the universe had happened between Juzian and Heaven's Choice. Trade routes, bandits, pulling people into gangs, fighting teams, all kinds of abnormal developments had also formed a mutated prosperity. They had been neighbors for millions of years. Who would have thought that in the final stage of the universe's change, they would actually start to live in harmony? Under the change of the world, anything could happen. Bai Mai had told him that the most likely place that the primeval young god with the surname Sun had escaped to was Heaven's Choice continent. Because it was big enough and loose enough, it wouldn't attract anyone's attention if it accommodated a young god cultivator. If he found a place in the main world, how could his young god cultivation not attract the attention of people? He wouldn't deliberately look for a cultivator who didn't dare to fight to the death with him even with 2 helpers. What was there to keep thinking about? What a waste of time. Whatever he encountered, he would deal with it. That was his principle. After careful calculation, it was only a few days before he and this young god surnamed Sun went to Heaven's Choice. In such a short time, he couldn't even find enough helpers. What was he worried about? Actually, he had a lot of feelings for the Heaven's Choice continent. There were too many things here that he couldn't forget. For example, the sword Dao Steely, the remaining 20 great Dao Steelies, his vicious beast friends. Especially the no-need Steely. He really wanted to see it. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough time this time. The pace of his life and cultivation was like a ghost urging him on. It was non-stop, and he enjoyed it. Thinking about it, there were quite a few people he was familiar with in Heaven's Choice. For example, the lightning user he met during the Yuanying, the 3 female cultivators from Good Country, and the group from Marshall Saint Training Hall. Had they returned? Are there any other swordsmen inside the sword Dao Steely? After the sword soldier army shone in the Battle of the 5 Rings, this place should have become a place for swordsmen to check in, right? However, he didn't have the mood to recruit another army. The position determined the state of mind. Now wasn't the time to train those swordsmen to do yuanying. As he sighed along the way, the continent in front of him was faintly visible. Tian country was as lively as ever. In fact, it was even more lively than before. Seeing that the great Dao was collapsing faster and faster, the number of great Dao Steelies that could be touched was decreasing. The cultivators were all scrambling for the remaining 20 or so great Dao Steelies. Even the people in Heaven's Choice didn't have enough time, let alone the great cultivators from the main world. The Heaven's Choice continent cleverly opened up its own barrier. The benefit was that its relationship with the main world's cultivation world was greatly eased. Everyone was of the same origin. Whether it was Taoism or Buddhism, Everyone could find their own origin here. There was no problem getting along with each other. This was a very clever strategy. It was only suitable for the beginning of the current era. However, this strategy also brought about a small side effect. That was, the price of goods skyrocketed. Cultivators couldn't make money. Which person who came here didn't have a full storage ring? Those who were shy didn't dare to come here to ask for a chance to enter the Dao steles. Everyone knew that paper was expensive in Luoyang and the competition was fierce. The foreign Taoists increased the price of entering the Dao steles by a few times. The great Tao was priceless, but the spiritual opportunity was priceless. Don't think that it's expensive. If you can't afford the spirit tablets, then don't go in. Fundamentally speaking, because the local cultivators have the support of their sects and have all sorts of connections, they still take up the majority of the spots. They don't need to hand over the spirit tablets, or at least they have a limited number of them. No one could say anything. This was the difference between the host and the guests. Relatively speaking, the Heaven's Choice continent was already very noble to give the outsiders a chance to compete for resources. One couldn't ask for too much. The changes in the Great Tao, the duck knows when the spring river is warm. There would always be the first batch to know when the water is cold or warm. There would also be the second batch that reacted slightly slower. Of course, there would also be those who were slow and foolish. The battle for the innate Great Tao began to heat up. Those Evilders in the interior sky couldn't feel the surging winds below. This was because their abilities and talents made them stand out from the masses. But to the majority of cultivators, if their talents weren't enough, they could only make up for it with various external method. For example, the Heaven's Choice continent's innate Great Tao steles. Among them, the Great Tao of the 5 elements was still the most popular. In the end, only one person could ascend to the top. But who would be willing to give up? This wasn't the style of cultivators. If you worked hard, even if you failed in the end, you wouldn't have any regrets. It was better than regretting it later. The Tian country gathered hundreds and thousands of yin spirits for the Great Tao, but it wasn't all for the 5 element. It was because in these years, the countries where the Great Tao steles were located had their own way of dealing with the issue of the qualifications to enter the Tao steles. There was too much profit transfer, too many to be recorded. Thus, the outsiders launched a large-scale petition in the Heaven's Choice continent, requesting the higher-ups of the Heaven's Choice to regulate the competition and restore order to the market. They wanted to give the cultivators of the main world a fair and open competition environment. Did it sound funny? But this was the way everyone in the cultivation world interacted with each other. Since the Heaven's Choice continent opened up the continent gate, of course their goal was to ease their relationship with the cultivation world of the main world. If you ended up making the cultivators of the main world unhappy, then there would be no point in opening up the continent. Thus, the higher-ups of the Heaven's Choice decided to set the price and gather the remaining 20 over Great Tao steles in the Tian country for the bidding. Once every 10 years, which Great Tao steles you chose and how much spiritium you produced, you could all bid here. In the end, the Heaven's Choice would announce it publicly. This was relatively fair. Of course, it wasn't impossible for anyone to secretly obtain a few spots. If the water was too clear, there wouldn't be any fish. This was unavoidable. Chapter 1763. Xia Bingji stood outside the 5 elemental Tao tablet in Tian country, quietly waiting for the result. She had only been here for a few decades, but she had already experienced this kind of auction twice. This was the 3rd time. If she still couldn't get it this time, she planned to give up this kind of struggle and find other ways to complete her cultivation. She wasn't disappointed, the heavens were kind to her, but she couldn't get what she wanted every time. She cultivated karma, and the item she was bidding for this time was the karma innate Tao. 100 years ago, she successfully stepped into the primordial spirit realm, and from here on, she needed to know her direction. To those true monsters, they didn't need to think too much about their future path, as high as they could go. With the 36 innate Taos in front of them, there was no room for retreat. What was more troublesome was someone like her. She couldn't be considered a monster of a realm, but she was far stronger than normal cultivators. Then, where could she set her future superego at? If she set it too high, could she compete with those true monsters? If she set it too low, would she be satisfied? Would she be able to pass the test of her own state of mind? This was the common worry of most outstanding cultivators in the main world. They couldn't compare to those at the top, but they could compare to those at the bottom. They were in an awkward situation where they couldn't reach the sky and couldn't reach the ground. In the end, she still chose to follow her heart. The opportunity was already in front of her, but she didn't have the courage to fight for it. With this kind of state of mind, even if she set her superego at a lower level, there was no chance of success. She had to fight for it, only then would she not waste her life. Even if cultivators had the possibility of reincarnation, how many reincarnations would it take for them to encounter an era chain? There were many people like her who had this kind of thinking, and thus it created the fake prosperity of the Tao tablet market in the Heaven's Choice continent. The Great Tao of Karma wasn't considered a very popular Great Tao in the Heaven's Choice continent. However, it wasn't an unpopular Great Tao either. According to her estimations, there should be at least a dozen or so people who had come here for the Great Tao of Karma. However, there were only 5 spots this time. The Tao tablet didn't allow unlimited people to enter. Normally speaking, there wouldn't be more than 20 people at a time, and most of the spots would be left for the native cultivators. The competition between them was a different kind of price, completely different from the outsiders. She had also asked around in private before. The lowest bid to enter the monument in the previous world had already been raised to 20,000 purple purity. To her, this was still a bit far. Her entire net worth was only 10,000 strands of purple purity. It was always a bit off. She did not intend to spend too much on the purple purity, even if she could borrow some of it. This was not in line with her philosophy. Too much was as bad as too little. For a cultivator, propriety was very important. Moreover, the bidding price would not always go up. Sometimes, it would fluctuate. The 10,000 strands of purple purity had a chance. This was her last bid. If she still failed, she would not be obsessed with it. As a primordial soul cultivator, she had her own self-control. She was able to reach this step by relying more on her own efforts than on the accumulation of resources. After a few more hours, the final results would appear on the 5 elemental tablets. Every tablet would clearly show who was qualified, but it wouldn't show how much blood they had lost. This was a completely commercial operation. Although it was very vulgar, it was still much better than a secret operation. She wasn't the only one waiting here. Hundreds of foreign cultivators, whether yin spirit or yang spirit, far or near, sitting or standing, were all waiting for the result of a commercial auction. It didn't match the status of a grand cultivator, but at least it was better than a real auction where the price was raised round after round. If it really was like that, then it would be a total disgrace to the refined cultivators. There were many familiar faces. After all, because of the distance, Juzian was the closest to here, so it was also the largest group. Almost 30% of the people were Juzian cultivators, and then there were the individual cultivators from various star regions in the universe. There were 3 supremes walking towards her. She felt a bit unfamiliar, but she also knew that they were also from Juzian. She had met them before, but she didn't know their names. The people of Juzian were also in a group here. They didn't fight together, but they exchanged information. Everyone judged the lowest standard of winning the bid together, which was beneficial to their bidding. The leader of the Supremes walked in front of her and introduced himself. I am Shuang Kong of the Qingwei Immortal Sect, this is Yuanxia Huazui, and this is Fei Yu, a cultivator from the Heaven's Choice country. Fellow Daoist Xia, I hope we don't disturb you. Xia Bingji immediately understood why these 3 people came. They were that dead man's bad friends. Did they come to see their sister-in-law? But she was not their sister-in-law, and they no longer had that kind of relationship. Moreover, they should have a lot of sisters-in-law, right? No, I'm very bored. I couldn't ask for more. Fei Yu walked up intimately. Sister is really a female immortal. They have long said that, but this is the first time we meet, and you are even better than the rumors. Xia Bingji felt a bit uncomfortable. Although they were praising her beauty, it was actually impolite to talk about her behind her back like this. All of this was because of that rotten man who disappeared after putting on his pants, but this was something she didn't want to mention. The three of you are glowing. Looks like you are very confident in winning this bid. I wonder which Dao tablet you have asked for. Bingji's knowledge is shallow. You don't even know. Shuang Kong was a clever person. He immediately understood why this woman didn't want to mention her bad friend. The flower of the Yellow Court lived up to her reputation. It was a pity that she had let that bastard take advantage of her. He was a coward who didn't know how to cherish her. He went along with her words and said with a smile, I cultivate fate. There is no Dao anymore. I just want to find a replacement from the other 4 destinies, so I invested in Chengyun. Hua Zui said concisely, nothingness. Fei Yu smiled like a flower. I came here for the great Dao of creation. I didn't have much hope and just wanted to join in the fun. Sister Bing, what great Dao do you cultivate? Xia Bingji looked down at Defy. I cultivate karma. Fortunately, at least there is no conflict between us. Fei Yu didn't care. So what if there is a conflict? Who would take it seriously? Actually, most of the people here are very clear that they are just supporting characters. It's just that they can't get past the barrier in their hearts. This was the truth. However, in the path of cultivation, cultivators couldn't give up struggling just because there was little hope. If they didn't struggle, they definitely wouldn't have a chance. If they struggled, there would be hope. While they were chatting, another Essence Soul perfected Lord walked over. It was a Heaven's Choice cultivator. Although he was suave and elegant, he couldn't help but look pleased with himself. He had a reason to be pleased. Compared to the cultivators of this continent, these outsiders were in a difficult situation. They were far from being like them. In fact, it had long been decided. It was all due to the mutual feelings between the various great Daos. His gaze was gentle and polite. However, he ignored everyone else and only looked at Xia Bingji. This woman's beauty was outstanding even in the Heaven's Choice continent. He fell in love at first sight. Bingji, have you thought it through? There are still 2 hours before the announcement of the 5 Elements tablet. As long as it hasn't been announced, the result can still be changed. You just have to nod your head and I will immediately contact the 5 Elements Dao's senior hosts. Your name will definitely be on the Karma qualification list. Chapter 1764. Xia Bingji's expression didn't change when she saw Zhu Xian and the other two's puzzled expressions. Thank you for your concern, fellow Daoist Lin. I didn't come here because I didn't want to force it. It's not in line with my Dao heart. As for joining your sect to cultivate together, don't mention it again. That's not my Dao. Cultivator Lin wasn't annoyed. It was impossible for someone in the primordial spirit realm to change his expression. Bingji's Dao heart is firm. I admire it very much. However, I was chatting with my senior martial brother from the 5 paths and asked about the lowest bid for the Dao of Karma. I have bad news here. Looking at the woman's unchanging expression, he thought to himself, what is she pretending to be indifferent about? If she really doesn't care, how can she bid here 3 times in a row? She's just manipulating me. I don't believe that I can't take this woman down with this. In the Heaven's Choice continent, this kind of bidding seems fair, but if someone really wants to cheat, it's not impossible. First, I have to destroy her confidence. If I'm not wrong, Bingji's bid for the Dao of Karma is 9,000 purple, right? Originally, if nothing unexpected happened, this price really might have been successful. However, a few days ago, 3 foreign guests came. They all cultivated karma and were rich and overbearing. They were determined to win. In order to ensure that they won, they directly increased the minimum price to 3,000. Bingji, in this kind of situation, if you don't have my help, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult for you to enter the Dao Stele to take a look. Xia Bingji sighed in her heart. She was afraid of such a troublemaker who suddenly appeared. You can't say anything. Others also did things according to the rules and didn't go through the back door. She knew that Cultivator Lin didn't lie to her because her bid of 9,000 purple was impossible to be announced to the public. If Cultivator Lin could find out about it, he must have a deep relationship with the 5 path. Xia Bingji lowered her eyes. It's just a worldly possession. If I get it, I'll be happy. If I lose it, what's there to regret? Fellow Daoist, you're thinking too much. Fate is like this. Maybe it's a kind of reminder. Cultivator Lin smiled slightly. You're still stubborn. Using those old Taoist sayings to absolve herself was just forcing herself to be strong in front of others. Thinking back on the quiet night, there would be a time when she would regret it. Cultivators don't lack patience. They have thousands of years of lifespan, so they don't rush things. They know that if they don't sincerely rely on others, it's meaningless to force things. Good. Bingji's Dao heart is firm, we can't compare. If you are still in heaven's choice in the future, feel free to help me if you need anything. This poor Daoist will not dare to not do his best. After he finished speaking, he politely nodded his head in greeting to the cultivators of Juzian before walking away. It didn't matter, it was just waiting for another 10 years, it wouldn't even be enough time to go into seclusion. After bumping into a wall a few more times, she would know how powerful he was. With the influence of his sect, it was too easy to control the qualifications of an outsider. He had to let this girl understand that since she came to the Heaven's Choice continent, without his help, she shouldn't even think about entering the Great Dao Monument. When cultivators solved problems and achieved their goals, they naturally had to use the methods of cultivators. They couldn't be in a rush to fight and kill. Looking at the concerned gazes of her 3 new companions, Xia Bingji was Dafar. Just a toad. He wants to use the Dao Steely to force me to dual cultivate. I think he's lost his mind. Shuang Kong laughed inwardly. That's right, even the biggest toad in the universe couldn't keep you here, so how could the other toads? Of course, he didn't know that the toad had already been promoted to the Frog Prince. But attitude was a must. Why don't we find a chance to get rid of him? Xia Bingji was a little speechless. As expected, they were a bunch of scoundrels. When they did things, they were lawless and daring. I will take care of Bingji's matter, there's no need to trouble you guys. I only hope that you guys will get what you want and achieve your ambitions. Crimson Moon giggled. What ambitions? There's no hope. Although Shuang Kong's great Dao of Destiny has few people, his net worth is even lower. He's the one who's lost his mind if he dares to use only 3,000 purple purity to get his qualifications. Hua Zui isn't any better. He fought with someone on the Heaven's Choice continent and offended a group of outsiders. They said that they'll make sure he doesn't get anything this time. Hua Zui had an indifferent expression. I'm just a shill. I never expected to succeed this time. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Once I interfere, they'll have to take at least 5,000 purple purity in order to kick me out. 5,000 more per person, it'll hurt them to death. Shuang Kong laughed. You only have 1,000 purple purity more than me. How many people can you wrong? Hua Zui chuckled. I only have 4,000. You know that, but they don't. In private, I didn't say 4,000, but 12,000. Just wait and see. To be on the safe side, they'll have to fork out at least 3,000 purple purity to kick me out. I'm not leaving either. I'm just bluffing every time. Let's see how many purple purity they have to stop me. I can wait for hundreds of years. Xia Bingji looked at Crimson Moon, and the woman sighed. I'm not even as good as them. At least you guys can compete fairly with your net worth, but a native of the Heaven's Choice continent like me has it even harder than you guys. The so-called Heaven's Choice continent actually refers to those natural Dao nations. Unorthodox Dao nations like us are miserable. We can't compete with our net worth, and we can't compete with others in terms of our connections. Even those little Yuanying from the great Dao nations can rank ahead of us. You can imagine our situation. I'm just here to join in the fun and see my friends. With a ranking like this, even if I were to rank 100 times, it would be hopeless. Now it's great. We're all in dire straits, so we can get closer to each other. Since there was no hope, of course they could start complaining. A bunch of sour and spicy words were spewed out, belittling the arrangement of the Heaven's Choice continent as worthless. But to be honest, it was already very darfar that they could go this far with their own things. There was one good thing about the four of them. They were more open-minded, so they really didn't care. It would be a lie to say that they didn't care at all. But to think that they would do anything just because they couldn't be selected was really underestimating their state of mind. As they spoke, Crimson Moon mysteriously lowered her voice. "Everyone, do you know why I gathered with you Juzian people today?" Shuang Kong laughed. "I thought you took a liking to me and wanted to dual cultivate with me." Crimson Moon glanced at him, her face full of disdain. "Snot. Don't think that you can hide your trivial matters from me. This is the Heaven's Choice continent. As the masters, if we want to know something, nothing can be hidden from us. How many concubines have you married in the Heaven's Choice continent? 3, right? Do you need me to reveal all their details? Looking at how pretentious they are, their tastes are quite heavy." Shuang Kong hurriedly interrupted. "Great aunt, it's my fault. Can we not talk about this?" Everyone laughed together. Shuang Kong was someone who could take a joke. With such a person in a small group, the atmosphere was always more lively. Chapter 1765. Crimson Moon snorted. She didn't go overboard, there was a limit to jokes. "I had nothing to do the day before yesterday, so when I was strolling around the Five Elements sect in Tian country, I vaguely saw a person's figure. I didn't see his face because he came and went in a hurry, but from the side of his face and the faint aura, I felt that it was a person. Guess who it is that we are all familiar with?" The other three looked at each other. Although they had lived for thousands of years, when it came to social circles, they might not be able to compare to those who were good at socializing in the mortal world. Shuang Kong was very surprised. "Are you talking about One Ear? How is that possible? He's traversing with his physical body, and we don't even know if he's halfway there, or if he's already dead and fed to the void beast. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" Crimson Moon thought for a moment. "I'm 60 to 70% sure. You all know that the last time I saw him was a long time ago. At that time, he was still Yuanying, and not long after that, he became a lord with the Heaven's Choice certificate. I haven't seen him since. Judging from his aura, I'm not sure. At that time, he was still Yuanying, but now he seems to be a primordial spirit cultivator. The difference is huge, so I can't be sure." Huazui was a rational person. Ear has always been at the bottom of the rankings, just like constipation. I think it's very difficult for him to reach the primordial spirit stage so quickly. Also, the distance is too far, so he can't possibly come back just like that, right? Shuang Kong's judgment was purely based on intuition. Not necessarily, right? This guy has always been mysterious. There's nothing he can't or doesn't dare to do, so it's not strange for him to appear in Heaven's Choice, but the problem is that this guy is a troublemaker. If something big happens in Heaven's Choice, it's definitely him. Have you ever seen someone who doesn't see the fly when there's shit? But now that Heaven's Choice Juzian is calm, it's more difficult to guess. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Xia Bingji remained calm. "I don't know. It has nothing to do with me." Shuang Kong sighed inwardly. Things like feelings were really indescribable. Even at their level, if they only looked at it from the perspective of cultivation, this fairy Xia's choice was probably the most correct, right? Time quietly passed just like that. Unknowingly, more and more cultivators gathered in the surroundings. There were outsiders like them, but even more were native cultivators of Heaven's Choice. It would be a lie to say that they didn't care about this once-in-a-decade opportunity, especially when you didn't even know which one would collapse next. What if the one that collapsed was what he was looking for? Wouldn't that be extremely unlucky? Amidst the anticipation, the five-element steles started to swirl with clouds and mist. Large amounts of words started to appear. 24 Great Tao steles, more than 400 qualified people. At this moment, the results were revealed. The handwriting appeared very quickly and took shape in an instant. Even for perfected monarchs like them, it was impossible for them to read the words one by one. With a sweep of their divine senses, everything was recorded in their heart. Then, they stared at each other. Crimson Moon muttered, "That's impossible. Did all four of us get what we wanted?" Furthermore, they were ranked at the top, so it was impossible for them to be replaced. So what you said before was just humility and lies. Shuang Kong snorted, "So you're the only one who's telling the truth?" While Hua Zui was still pondering, Xia Bingji seemed to have sensed something. She sighed but didn't say anything. Hua Zui finally came around. "Ir is back. He's the one who helped us fight for this opportunity." Crimson Moon's face was full of excitement. "Ir is still the best. He's already become a big shot. He even has a say in Heaven's choice. We're riding on his coattails." Shuang Kong's train of thought was different. If it's him, then it can only mean one thing. Something big is going to happen in Heaven's choice soon. What big thing is it? Why don't I have a clue at all? No one paid any attention to him, because they already knew that in this small circle, a certain someone had long been above the others. Ever since they had led the army to participate in the Great Universe War, they had already been different from each other. Although there might not be any difference in their realms, the gap between them was so deep that it made them despair. Sun God was still at the stage where they could only look up to him, but their own companions already viewed him as nothing more than a straw dog. Crimson Moon was a little worried. "Sister Bingji, you won't reject this opportunity, right?" Xia Bingji laughed involuntarily. "Do you think I'm such an old-fashioned person? The opportunity is right in front of me. Why wouldn't I? I want it. Of course I want it. And I have no qualms about it. That guy owes me." A paper kite flew crookedly towards them. This kind of Daoist communication technique, even if it was just a yuanning, would not be so unsightly. In the orthodox Daoist school, such a disciple would be scolded to death by his elders, but the four of them were not surprised at all, because their friend was such a Daoist genius who deserved to be scolded. The paper kite did not specify who it was for, only a short sentence: "South City Donkey Meat Restaurant, come and settle the bill." The few of them laughed. It was still that familiar feeling, as if it was yesterday. The slight dissatisfaction and inferiority he had felt before had vanished without a trace in the face of this sentence. Shuang Kong stretched out his body. "I'm familiar with that place. Let's also go and meet the benefactor who helped us and settle the bill at the same time to return the favor." Donkey Meat Restaurant. Hee. I didn't expect Brilliant Avenue to only have the capital of a few kilograms of donkey meat. "Sister Bingji, your old lover invited you. Do you want to come?" Xia Bingji hesitated for a moment, but still followed. There was no need to be so pretentious. Just go to Dafa's place. She did not want to continue, so of course, she would not avoid it. In this matter, there was no right or wrong. Why was there a need to be secretive? In the distance, the cultivator surnamed Lin had mixed feelings. "I know I underestimated this woman and her group of friend. These people were all shortlisted, and none of them were left out. But the problem was, where did they rely on? Of course, he was also among them, but it did not bring him a trace of joy, because his so-called various methods no longer existed after this woman had obtained the qualifications to enter the monolith. He could no longer control her. He was very clear that just a few hours ago, he had asked a close friend to check the bidding ranking of the Great Tao of Karma. This woman was ranked 8th, and it was impossible for her to make a comeback because of an accident. Then, she must have gone through the back door and asked some powerful expert from Tian Kingdom. He was not afraid of this, because his sect was also very familiar with the Tao of 5 elements. It was a Tao kingdom that had a say. If there was really something fishy, and he did not do things as thoroughly as Yang Jin, it was not impossible for him to get this place again. It was not that he was calculative, and it was not that he had lost his mind for a woman. It was just that the words he said in front of the people from Juzian just now had been slapped in the face. This was something he could not afford to lose. An essence soul perfected monarch, in his own territory, said big words but could not do it. This was intolerable. Just now, when those people left, one of them deliberately said something in his direction, clearly provoking him. The meaning was, "We also have connections in Heaven's choice, and we are the woman's old lover." Now that the south of the city is eating donkey meat, we are going to have a gathering. Do you want to come? If this could be tolerated, what else could be tolerated? Chapter 1766. The Daoist called over a few of his close friends, not to fight, but to be witnesses. There was a difference between having evidence and not having evidence when it came to manipulating the quota. 5 people secretly followed. Actually, the other party didn't seem to hide their tracks and just flew over. The 5 elements Steely wasn't too far from the capital of Tien country. To cultivators of their level, it was a matter of seconds. However, because this was a human country dominated by mortals, they couldn't be too presumptuous. With so many people coming and going in the sky, who could tell who was following who? The South City's old donkey soup restaurant wasn't actually in the city, but in the outskirts of the city. It was a wine shop at a crossroad with picturesque scenery. It sold donkey meat and also provided accommodation for passing merchants. To put it bluntly, it was just a restaurant to eat. It didn't have any style or taste. The only thing that made it famous was the old donkey soup restaurant, which was the best. What level of taste could the people who came here to gather have? It was just a few wild cultivators pretending to be cool and unrestrained. There were countless places like this outside of Tien City. This was their first time going there, but with someone leading the way, they weren't afraid of going to the wrong place. A moment later, at the intersection of a large road, a row of dilapidated taverns stood in great numbers. The taverns were dilapidated and fluttered in the wind. From afar, one could smell the smell of inferior liquor and an indescribable smell of various kinds of braised meat. It might be very fragrant for mortals, but for grand cultivators like them who had attained the Tao, it was a little difficult to cover their noses. The kind of people would be decided by the kind of place. Among them, the one with the most shabby wine flag, which also represented the oldest, was the South City's old donkey soup restaurant. Seeing Zhu Xian and the other 3 enter the donkey meat restaurant, Cultivator Lin and the others couldn't casually spread out their divine sense. This wasn't a battle, nor was it revenge. Moreover, they were in the territory of mortals, so they had to restrain themselves. You couldn't just send your divine sense in and shake the people inside out. Since they came here, they followed the rules, so they had to follow the rules too. This wasn't just a matter of manners, it was also a matter of upbringing. A true monarch laughed and said, "Senior brother Lin, why do you have so many misgivings? This is heaven's choice continent, our place. Why do we need to be so cautious? Let's just go in directly. They can come and spend money, but we can't. Why are you making such a trivial matter so complicated? I think you've been bewitched by a woman." Senior brother Lin laughed at himself. That's right, there was no need to be so cowardly and make a fool of themselves. The other party didn't hide their tracks from them, and they didn't deliberately hide their following. Everyone was above board, so why would they need to set up an ambush outside? With a smile, he took the lead and strode forward with his head held high. His attitude was heroic. Since he thought of himself as a mortal, then he should act like a real mortal. He wanted to see what kind of person was hiding behind these outsiders from Zhu Xian. However, there was one thing that was true. A true almighty chosen by the heavens would not come to a place like this. Escaping into the mortal world was also not an escape technique like this. The waiter didn't find it strange when he saw a few more dignified guests walking in. The mortals in the cultivation world were bold because they knew that the more powerful a cultivator was, the less likely they would hurt them. On the contrary, it was the hooligans of the mortal world who were loathsome. Moreover, these kinds of guests were usually very defy. The more powerful you were, the more likely you would be appreciated, and the more generous the rewards would be. Therefore, experienced waiters like them all had their own way of dealing with cultivators. That was a true display of arrogance, but not arrogance. It was also a kind of interesting thing. Of course, he didn't know that the people who appeared here were already top figures among cultivators. They weren't the usual Jindan Foundation establishment cultivators. In this regard, they didn't have the ability to distinguish. Suddenly, a grand guest came and asked a donkey to be slaughtered. 5 guests, do you have any other friends? If not, please allow this humble one to lead the way and set up a table. This donkey meat restaurant looked shabby from the outside, and the inside was also shabby. However, the place wasn't small. Because it wasn't mealtime, it seemed very quiet. There was a lobby and private rooms, and it was very neat. Senior brother Lin wasn't in the mood to listen to his nonsensical words, so he went straight to the point. Just now, which room did the four of you go to? Point it out to me. Little fool cursed silently. Usually, when he recited this line, cultivators who knew how to appreciate it would praise him and then reward him with some money. This trick was useless against mortals, but it worked 100% of the time for cultivators. Today, however, was strange. The first 3 people who came praised him, but didn't give him any money. Then, another 4 people came and left in a hurry, but didn't say anything. The last 5 people were the same. They didn't give him a single cent. What was going on? Was this a gathering of misers at a donkey meat restaurant? Well, in any case, they were all cultivators. They were people who could summon the wind and summon the rain. Yet, they could only hold a banquet in this tiny restaurant. They were really messing around. Suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, he pointed to a private room. He knew that even if he was dissatisfied, he couldn't show it. Cultivators didn't get angry with mortals, but he couldn't bear to play tricks on them. That's the one, but I have to say in advance that the space in the private room is limited. 2 tables have already been filled. If you go in again, you won't be able to share a table. You'll have to pay extra. The waiter made it clear that there were only 2 tables in the private room. So many people couldn't squeeze in. But why were they here to eat? They just wanted to see who was behind the Juzyan people. The 5 of them strode straight to the private room. Senior brother Lin pushed the door open, and the 5 of them rushed in. There were indeed 2 tables. 4 people sat at one table. They were the Juzyan people who led them here. They were at the head table. There were 3 people at the head table. One of them had his back turned, and their appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, they were very familiar with the monks and Taoists at the same table. They couldn't not be familiar with them. They were familiar with the whole Heaven's Choice continent. Senior brother Lin felt a little confused. His friends behind him weren't much better than him. Pang, senior brother Pang, great master Tand, we are here to eat donkey meat, Daoist Pang, the sun god, the great elder of the 5 paths, and also the leading figure of the Heaven's Choice sect. Tand, the great Buddha, the person who carried the cauldron of the Heaven's Choice sect. The power represented by these 2 people was more than 50% of the Heaven's Choice sect. In front of such people, even if they were primordial spirits, it was understandable for them to be nervous. Tand smiled but didn't say anything. Because the uninvited guests were all Taoists, Daoist Pang spoke. Eat donkey meat. We've taken all the donkey meat. Do you want to eat the remaining meat? You're all supremes, so you don't have any sense of responsibility. I know why you're here, so I'll be frank. These 4 people are the back door that Great Master Tand and I took. Are you still going to hold us accountable? Go and rest. If you have time, spend it on cultivation. Don't play tricks on irrelevant things. Today, I saved your lives. Next time, I might not be so lucky. Senior brother Lin and the others were sweating. They retreated out of the room. They felt that the mysterious guest at the head table was very strange. From beginning to end, he didn't turn back to look at them. It was as if they were just 5 ants. Chapter 1767. Once the uninvited guests left, Lu Xiaoyi sighed. These friends had actually used him to slap faces. It was definitely Slug's idea. He couldn't escape. Looking at the 4 of them, he was still somewhat restrained. It wasn't fear, but rather incompatibility due to the difference in realms. Moreover, it wasn't appropriate for them to hear what they were talking about. He originally thought that Slug had come alone, but he didn't expect that a few acquaintances would come as well. Thus, he glared at Slug. Look at what you've done. How old are you to still be so impulsive? Forget it, it's awkward to know that you're here. I'll look for you later. Presumably, you won't leave Tian country for the time being, right? After the four of them left, he smiled at the two seniors. We're all friends of Juzian's Heaven's Choice. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and we've missed each other. The universe is chaotic, and every time we see each other, we'll miss each other. Tanda smiled. Young friend, what's there to apologize for? Daoist Pang was even more direct. Then you should pay more attention to us. We don't have many days left. We won't be able to see how you're going to spread your wings and soar. Lu Xiaoyi straightened his attitude. Third watch, Sparrow Steps. Let me greet the two seniors on their behalf. Daoist Pang sighed. He still got involved with the fifth ring. He wasn't averse to teaming up with the fifth ring, but he was wary of the person in front of him, and the orthodoxy behind this person. Young people were inexperienced and full of vigor. They didn't know how powerful they were. Only people like him and Tanda, who were old and experienced, knew how troublesome it was to get involved with the sword vein. This person was terrifying because he was too good at causing trouble. With Xuanyuan's character, if he really went against the higher-ups in the future, as allies, would they help him or not? However, young people didn't know when to advance or retreat. Or rather, they were filled with the mentality of gambling for the future, so they hit it off with this guy. He and Tanda glanced at each other. In the Heaven's Choice continent, they opposed each other, but their attitude towards this young man was the same. They were both full of fear and vigilance. Two insensible little fellows. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and don't understand the unpredictability of the situation. Young friend, if you have any plans, please speak. It's our duty to contribute a little bit of our remaining energy to you. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Don't look at how young and insensible they are, we old fellows aren't dead yet. I won't allow you to drag the next generation onto that broken boat of Xuanyuan's into the ditch. Lu Xiaoyi pretended not to know anything and pretended to be innocent. Just like that, he told them about the plan regarding Hung River. The two old young spirits listened uneasily, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They had lived for 4,000 to 5,000 years, and the most they had done was to clean up a small country or destroy a small orthodoxy. They had never thought of wiping out a well-known large domain in the universe. Back then, even when it came to Juzian, it was just an experiment. His goal was to cooperate with the local natives and occupy them. He had never even thought of destroying the Tao, destroying the world, and digging up the roots. But now, listening to the words of the Star of Calamity, it was as if he was talking about something extremely normal in the universe. It was as easy as stealing a chicken from a neighbor's house. The two old sun gods looked at each other helplessly. He was too good at causing trouble, too good at causing trouble. Such a freak should not have been born in this world. He should have been strangled to death in his mother's womb. Their fear of this person had started from the moment they saw him. That was his performance in the unchanging Tao tablet in Heaven's Choice Echo Valley, but at that time, he was still a Yuanying. It seemed like he still couldn't see everything clearly. That was why Daoist Pang said that he was predestined by the Tao. At that time, he had already begun to observe and rope him in. If something went wrong, he would destroy him. Later, the situation became somewhat uncontrollable. When he came, he was a Yuanying. When he left, he became a perfected lord. He even caused the deaths of dozens of Heaven's Choice great Yuanying seeds. The key was that you couldn't completely blame him. Those idiots only had themselves to blame. When he appeared again, he had already gathered his own team. With the tiger skin of the sword vein as his flag, he had somehow fooled those stupid ancient beasts. At this time, he was not easy to move. There were too many implications. Because it was related to the war of the universe, he took advantage of the situation to escape. What happened next was completely out of control. The entire change of the era was messed up by him alone. Leaving the 5 rings, saving Juzian. The entire war had a profound change because of his appearance. They suddenly realized that this thing had something to do with the heavenly eye again. Then, news came one after another. The sun god perfected lord began to become his stepping stone and background. At this point, the destruction of humanity was no longer realistic. Daoist Pang's deep fear changed to respect at a distance, not daring to get too close to this person. With this person's ability to cause trouble, his skin was fine, but if you got involved with him, would it be good? He was a predator who stepped on the sun god to reach the primordial spirit. No matter how they tried to hide, they still couldn't escape. Even if they disregarded their dignity and helped this person get in through the back door, it wouldn't be difficult for them to send him away, right? In the end, they were pulled into a shocking massacre in the cultivation world of the universe. There was nothing they could do. This bastard was no longer under the control of the main world. He belonged to the interior realm. How was the source of disaster formed? That was how it was formed. Afterward, you could always find countless reasons to regret that you didn't make a prompt decision, but at that time, there were always such reasons. It was not only fate, but also the means of doing things. The two old sun gods believed that with this person's ability to stir things up, even if the universe didn't have a change of era, this person would be able to stir up a change of era. What Shenyuan sword sect? They might as well be called the shit-stirring sect. Our Heaven's Choice sect agrees to join, Daoist Pang said bitterly. It wasn't that they lacked sun gods, but once they joined, their pants would be stained with Xuanyuan's shit. Heaven's Choice Buddhism is duty-bound. Tand had no choice. For Heaven's Choice, who had been trying to integrate themselves into the cultivation world of the main world, what was easier than fighting together? If you don't join, are you having an affair with Hung He? Where is your sincerity in integrating into the cultivation world of the main world? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. The highest level of digging a hole was to let others know that it was a hole, but they had to jump in, as long as you put enough benefits in the hole. Just treat it as a trip. You two old men can calculate for yourselves how many sun gods will participate when everyone is gathered. It won't be difficult at all to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. At that time, everyone will get together, have a heart-to-heart talk, and let the cultivation world of the main world know more about Heaven's Choice's attitude. In the end, everyone will realize that, oh, it turns out that the anti-space is also family with us. When you get approval, you two old men will remember Xiaoyi's good points. Thinking back to today, am I simply a boy who gives away wealth and attracts treasures? Daoist Pang glared. Go away, this old man doesn't care about wealth or treasures. We're afraid of attracting disaster. You look like a boy who gives away wealth, but when you peel off the skin, you're full of evil. Chapter 1768. The three of them agreed that since Heaven's Choice was a bigger sieve than Ju's yarn, this matter would not be spread. They would only gather their young gods on the day of the operation and meet up with Ju's yarn. There were also countless details. After the plan was set, Tanda left. He had eaten a stomach full of donkey meat and felt that he had been used as a donkey. Daoist Pang hesitated again and again, still not at ease. Little Yi. The truth of the heavenly Tao is to stop before going too far. If you want to destroy the Henghe realm, then so be it. We old fellows won't drag you young people down, but what about after this? You destroyed the great realm in the main world. Are you going to destroy the inner and outer scenic heavens next? After destroying the inner and outer scenic heavens, are you going to continue to cause trouble? Think thrice. It's not easy for the sword vein to have its current development. We don't dare to start to inflate ourselves once we're safe. If everyone is tied together, many people will die. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Don't worry, I like to dig holes, but I don't like to dig holes for myself. I'll also be honest. The changes in the future are not on me. In fact, we're all following the trend of the heavens. It's just that those of us who go up are greedier and bolder in our actions. It may seem crazy to you, but to us, it's a normal rhythm. Senior, great changes are imminent. Don't be afraid of being radical, be afraid of being conservative. The epoch is changing, and the universe is going to change greatly. Why do you still care about those bottles and jars? Why are you framing them? If you don't destroy everything, there will be a new world. Daoist Pang was still frightened as he watched this fellow leave. It wasn't that his state of mind wasn't enough, but that 4 to 5,000 years of cultivation had already solidified his thinking in a framework. Now, someone said that if he dismantled the framework, everyone would be more at ease. What was worse was that this root of calamity's words meant that he wasn't the only one who thought so, but those young monsters all thought so. They wanted to be the 36 golden immortals and then replace them. Golden immortals would rather have the guts. Why can you do it, but I can't? You've been sitting for so long that your butt has ulcers. It's time for a new batch of people to take your place. How treacherous. But ask yourself, if Daoist Pang had the ability to do so, would you not want it in this once-in-a-million-years chance? He did not want to be called a cultivator in vain. Even mortals had heroes who were brave enough to defy the heavens and change their fates. As the elites of the human race, they didn't even have this bit of courage. The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. In the end, his sea of consciousness shook violently, and Daoist Pang woke up from his trance. F***CKU. What's there to be afraid of? Those young people who still have countless years to live aren't afraid, but an old man like me who hasn't even lived for 1,000 years is afraid. Did he become a straw donkey after eating a mouthful of donkey meat? Just do it. Let's work together. Let's just destroy this world. In any case, the epoch was about to change. In any case, he had to shatter everything and start all over again. He turned around and drank, cut another 10 catties of donkey meat. This old man wants to go back and slowly enjoy the wine. Lu Xiaoyi fooled the two old men and went to catch up with his old friends. Actually, he wasn't fooling them. In a sense, what he was talking about was the direction of future cultivation. If you didn't understand it, you would eventually be abandoned by the trend. Heaven's chosen people thought too much and were overcautious. They were far from being able to see through things like the people of the Fifth Ring Road. This was destined to be a turbulent era. You must have the mentality to ride the wind and break the waves. The four of them were waiting for him on a mountain peak because they could already tell that this guy was very busy. Slug stared at him. What are you busy with? Wasn't cultivation supposed to be carefree and carefree? Why are you here? Why are you so anxious and busy all the time? Did the heavenly Tao send you down to the mortal world to save the world? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. I'm not saving the world. I just saw that everyone was rather anxious waiting for the epoch to change, so I'm helping the heavenly Tao speed up. Hua Zui probed, does it have anything to do with us? Lu Xiaoyi apologized. No, it doesn't. It's not a good thing either. What you should do is to accumulate your strength. One day, it will be your turn. No one will be able to run away. The reunion was very awkward. Lu Xiaoyi hadn't expected this. Once there was an irreparable gap between friends in the cultivation world, they would lose the common language. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't tell them the truth. That would only harm them. Slug looked carefully and then looked again. His face was full of surprise. Duo, you've taken a step forward. So you're cultivating an ancient technique. Lu Xiaoyi didn't hide it from them. He had never been stingy when it came to cultivation techniques. Yes, it shouldn't be considered an ancient technique. It's a technique that I figured out myself. I wasn't sure if it was ancient or modern, but since the higher-ups think that it's an ancient technique, then it's an ancient technique. Slug, don't feel inferior. A genius like me who only appears once every 10,000 years. Slug spat. What genius? Only appears once every 10,000 years. You're just a pea that rolled into your ass. You're round now. When you formed your nascent soul, you still dilly-dallied and didn't know where to go. Others don't know. Do you think I'm stupid? The few of them finally regained their composure and told each other their goodbyes. The most important ones were their former friends. They couldn't bear to listen to them because the outcome was too cruel. Hua Zui gradually apologized and left. Then came the sensible Crimson Moon, and finally Slug, who couldn't stop chattering. In fact, everyone had the same idea. They wanted to give the last two people a chance to be alone together, even if they knew that there was no point in doing so. Xia Bingji was still quiet. She said softly, "Is it very lively up there? I think it must be very suitable for someone like you." Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Only restless people go up there. But I've always believed that there's more than one way to progress. What's suitable for others might not be suitable for you. Xia Bingji nodded. I think so too. Therefore, my pursuit of the Karma Tao is only at the level of Tao. I won't use it as my superego. There are many stars in the sky. There are 36 brightest stars, but most of them are ordinary stars. They are what make up the entire universe. Do you think I have no ideals? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. No. In fact, there should be more people like you in the cultivation world. They should know what they can do and what they should do. They shouldn't be blinded by greed. Xia Bingji looked at him curiously. You always say one thing and do another. Since you know you're greedy, why do you keep rushing to the front? Lu Xiaoyi looked at her gently. There are countless stars in the universe. Most of them need to be ordinary, but they also need to shine brightly to guide the way. I don't want to live under the light of others, so I have to illuminate others. These are just words. To be honest, our orthodoxy can't be ordinary. If it is, it will be swallowed by darkness. Chapter 1769. Lu Xiaoyi and Xia Bingji stood at the peak and talked about the future. It could be said that this time, the two of them had truly reconciled. From the inexplicable relationship of Daoist companions to the current relationship of friends who could talk about anything. Between a man and a woman, it was easy to go from friends to lovers, but it was very difficult to go from lovers to friend. But in the cultivation world, because of a common goal, all of this was possible. In fact, for many Daoist companions, when their respective realms rose to a certain level, the relationship between them would become weaker and weaker. In the end, they would develop into a situation where they were Daoist companions in front of outsiders and friends behind closed doors. This was the marriage of cultivators. It relied purely on the spiritual connection. On this point, only cultivators could do it, because they could control their 7 emotions and 6 desires without the burden of daily necessities. Xia Bingji finally untied the knot in her heart. After losing her memories, she swore to protect her chastity. This made her understand a lot. In the cultivation world, how could it be so easy to distinguish between right and wrong? She pointed at him. A person like you is not suitable to have a Daoist companion. I can't imagine anyone who can bear the right and wrong of being together with you. Those who love you will be in fear all day long. Those who don't love you, why should they be together? Your future may stop at tomorrow, leaving behind endless memories of your lover. But your future may be forever. But can your lover be forever? So, a person like you is suitable to be alone forever. Lu Xiaoyi admitted that what she said made sense, but he still wanted to fight for some rights for himself. Can't you appreciate the scenery and people along the way? Xia Bingji glanced at him. Do you need to stop to appreciate the scenery? Can you do that? Lu Xiaoyi was silent for a long time. It's not that I don't want to. It's the situation that forced you to stop. I'm sorry, Bingji, for making you confused for so many years. Xia Bingji smiled sweetly. I'll just treat it as a memory to help me grow. Little Yi, if this kind of situation happens again, you know that you're taking advantage of the situation. Will you learn your lesson? Seeing Lu Xiaoyi laughing there, Xia Bingji sighed. Forget it, I shouldn't have asked. How can a person like you really learn from your mistakes? Lu Xiaoyi was still bragging, at least I'm honest. Xia Bingji soars into the air. What's bad is your honesty. You said it yourself. How many people have you ruined with your honesty? Liars aren't scary. Honest people are safer. What's scary is those who are usually honest but show their true colors from time to time. Lu Xiaoyi watched the woman disappear into the air. What she said was wrong. He was actually a person with a Tao companion, and one that could accompany him forever, but who would believe that a half-immortal would actually lose his wife? There was no news of Han Yang. He did not even know if she was a peacock or a phoenix. Her origin was very mysterious, so mysterious that even though he was already a half-immortal, he still knew nothing about it. After solving the problem of the heaven's chosen humans, there were still the demonic beasts to deal with. This was much simpler. The only problem was that he had to find the saint beasts through the vicious beasts. This required time, but Lu Xiaoyi believed that the immemorial beasts must have a way to communicate with each other. It was a method that humans could not fully understand. He did not need to ask anything. He just needed to arrange the requirement. The immemorial beasts also yearned for the cooperation between humans, especially such mainstream cooperation. This would make them feel at ease, and they would feel that they were not excluded from the big event of cultivation. Any force or race with a little ambition was most afraid of being excluded, not knowing anything, and living in fear all day long. During the process of rushing from Tian country to the beast territory, he flew leisurely. It was not to enjoy the so-called scenery, but to lure the hidden enemy. Unfortunately, nothing happened. The actions of the sun god surnamed Sun seemed to be an isolated incident, but Lu Xiaoyi knew that was not the case. A few years later, he left the Heaven's Choice continent and returned to the fifth ring through the interior sky. However, he did not return to his mother planet. Instead, he identified the direction and plunged into the deep space. In 10 years, he successfully pulled the fifth ring, Zhuxian, together with the Heaven's Choice continent through the interior sky. These were the 3 realms that were the least challenging. Needless to say, the fifth ring had a very close relationship with Zhuxian, and there was also by my mediating between them. The Heaven's Choice continent was still connected, and there were conflicts between them. The remaining realms were the ones that really challenged his ability. For example, Luo Su Tian and Yangding realm, which had set off from the fifth ring. This was just a stage. Finally, there was the floating suns and light realm near the anchor chain. Although it was difficult, if he did not pull in these realms, he would not be able to form a complete cultivation alliance of the Eastern Sky main world. He valued this point very much. This was also his way of doing things that was different from the original general and crow ancestor. He hoped to stir up the cultivation storm in the universe, and he also hoped to retreat after stirring up the storm. Whether it was beauty or ugliness, he hoped to return to his original life of a rice worm. He needed to pull everyone in and drive them. It was basically impossible to do this in the mature cultivation world. However, if it was done at this point in the universe's change, it would be twice the result with half the effort. There was no need for him to tempt or persuade these ambitious fellows to jump in one by one. He could not forgive himself for giving up such a good opportunity and not doing anything. Did the crow ancestor, and even the general, think of this? The others planted the tree and the descendants enjoyed the shade. Shenyuan was the hole dug by the ancestors and filled by the descendant. He despised them for doing things halfway and shitting halfway. Just from the distance of the star map, Luo Su Tian and Yangding world were not too far apart. When the fifth ring world attacked the Yangding world, the distance between the two sides was about 20 years. Now, because of the constant movement of the fifth ring world, it had been extended to 30 years. This was still flying through the reverse space. If he were to run to the main world, 200 years would not be enough. He had opened the inverse space channel nearby, and had reached his current realm. He had taken a step into the half-immortal realm, and had a rather profound understanding of the space domain. Dimensional space, speed space, and so on were gradually taking shape. Naturally, he had also entered a brand new stage in the inverse space transition. He no longer needed to jump on a floating raft, nor did he need to wait for a long time. He could truly escape into the reverse space with his physical body. However, the time was still not seamless. There were still a few dozen breaths of visible energy changes. This was caused by the lack of cultivation level. As his cultivation level continued to increase in the future, this time would become shorter and shorter. When he plunged into the reverse space, he still needed to enter and exit the reverse space a few times before he could determine his route in the reverse space. He had to admit that void navigation was really a broad and profound knowledge. He could not finish learning it in a lifetime. Just like now, he knew how to fly to Luo Su Tian in the main world, but he did not know how to fly to the reverse space. He could only determine his route by constantly entering and exiting the reverse space. It was both a technical and physical work. Chapter 1770. He quickly traveled through the negative space. After entering and exiting the positive and negative space 4 times, he finally got a slightly more reliable negative space route. Even so, he might have to return to the main world to correct it. He didn't know how others traveled in the universe void. Their travel books were all very impressive, but now it seemed like they were just bragging. In fact, it was just a series of mistakes. He had 2 goals. One was Luo Su Tian, and the other was Yangding World. Luo Su Tian was completely unfamiliar to him, but Yangding World was marked in the negative space star map of the 5 Rings people. Relatively speaking, going to Yangding World before going to Luo Su Tian would be easy at first, but going to Luo Su Tian before going to Yangding World would be difficult at first. He preferred to choose Luo Su Tian, but it had nothing to do with the difficulty. The key was the significance of these 2 places. Obviously, Luo Su Tian had more significance because it represented the Buddhist sects of the East Heaven main world. This route was deserted because there was no intersection between the 5 Rings and Luo Su Tian, and there was no problem of trade routes. Almost no one in the 5 Rings knew about Luo Su Tian. It was a very mysterious existence. Lu Xiaoyi increased his speed to the maximum and began to switch between the negative space and the dimensional space to achieve some kind of space teleportation effect. However, he didn't dare to move too far because the route was new and unfamiliar. He was afraid that he would have to correct it if he deviated, and it would take him more time. 15 years later, which was the 30th year after he left Interior Heaven, Luo Su Tian was in sight. What surprised him was that the so-called heaven in Luo Su Tian wasn't a region, but a group of huge heavenly palace building. There were at least 100 heavenly palace temples, and each of them was at least 1,000 feet in radius. With a small meteorite as the foundation, there were all kinds of Buddhist temples on it. It was obvious that each meteorite heavenly palace temple represented a Buddhist heritage in the East Heaven. These Buddhist heritage may be far away from each other, but by setting up a representative here and stationing the Yuanying true monarch, they could mobilize the power of the Buddhist heritage in the East Heaven. It was the best way to solve the inconvenience of the endless universe's information transmission personnel gathering. He finally understood why the Buddhist sects of the East Heaven main world could be mobilized so quickly and orderly in the last universe war. With a place like the United Nations, it was naturally the best place to gather. At the same time, he also understood why the marching monk was not afraid to tell him the location of such an important place. If they were really attacked, the 100 heavenly palaces would scatter in all directions. How could he capture them all at once? However, he could only destroy a portion of them. This was a huge space fleet that could assemble and disperse at will. Moreover, its position was constantly changing. It was no wonder that the Taoists had never discovered such an existence. Some might have heard of it, but no one knew its exact location. Just like now, he knew that by the time he went back and mobilized the army to attack, he would definitely be empty-handed. The enemy would have already moved. It was a very genius design. Unfortunately, Taoists could not learn it, because if the Taoists did the same, there would be thousands of heavenly palaces here. Moreover, they would fight fiercely over who was qualified and who was not. He did not change his attire to disguise himself as a monk. A Taoist was a Taoist, and he would never be able to disguise himself as a monk. This was a fundamental difference in temperament that was integrated into one's bones and blood. Once someone saw through his disguise, it would bring him unnecessary trouble. There weren't any guards here. Which of those who could come here weren't elites? Did he need to cover himself with a layer of turtle shell? Of course, Lu Xiaoyi did not sneak around. The tradition of the cultivation world was that when you had an iron wall, I would be sneaky. When you had an open door, I would be defy. This was called tit for tat, and it was also called reciprocity. Now that the monks had opened their hearts, he naturally had to show some Taoism's magnanimity. What he represented here was not only Shenyuan, nor was it the 5 Rings, but also the Taoist lineage. He wanted to test the strength of this place. The current him was no longer the small ant he once was. Walking in the universe, he naturally had a heroic spirit. There was no need for him to suppress himself. After nearly 2,000 years of cultivation, this was his era. As a wild cultivator passing by, I was shocked to see the city of Buddha. I heard that Buddha saves all living beings, and does not restrict people of all races. Meeting is fate, and fate will bring us together. This poor Taoist wishes to have a vegetarian meal here. Is there anyone who opens the door to welcome guests? His voice could be heard by the 100 heavenly palaces. However, those who could be stationed here were not mediocre people. Moreover, such a place would usually not have many people. A heavenly palace with only a few monks, in terms of living space, it was very extravagant. Although they heard him, no one came out to welcome him. Since their orthodoxies were facing each other, they were opponents. It was already very polite that no one came out to chase him away, but he still wanted a welcoming ceremony. Although no one came out, Buddhism was not an impolite orthodoxy. A voice sounded. From a great perspective, one must learn Buddhism early. You came without knowing, but you left at the right time. This place does not provide vegetarian food. The heavenly palace of Buddhism is a peaceful place. Daoist, do not make a mistake. Lu Xiaoyi had already sensed a few figures entering the void. Without a doubt, they were going to see if he had any reinforcements and cut off his path of return. This was an inevitable move. No matter how polite the people of defy were, they would not move their palaces for an opponent. Of course, it would be best to get rid of him. They continued to approach. True Taoist Mu, observe your own heart, know Buddha within, and do not look outside. Since you are here, then take things as they come. Why must the Buddhist lineage of the Eastern Heavens keep people 1,000 miles away? If there is no vegetarian food, there should be vegetarian tea, right? Seeing that he was not tactful and seemed to have nothing to fear, a monk floated out from one of the heavenly palaces and waved his sleeves. Daoist, what is your name? If you go to the netherworld, this monk will also burn incense for you. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Shenyuan Lu Xiaoyi, if you want to burn incense for me, you have to queue up. The moment he said this, the heavenly palaces shook, and hundreds of monks appeared together. They were all too familiar with this name, so familiar that they could remember it clearly. It was a great enemy that they had to get rid of if they met him while walking in the void of the universe. But who would have thought that there was something wrong with his brain today? Why would he come here alone to seek death? But no cultivator was rash. If he dared to come here alone, he must have something up his sleeves. Several great Buddhas came out from the crowd. One of them had long eyebrows that reached his shoulders. Daoist Lu, are you here to ask for vegetarian food? Or to bring disaster? Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. Don't make such a big scene, okay? It's just a vegetarian food. Is there a need to be so vigilant? If you want to level the earth, you must first level the heart. If the heart is level, the earth will be level. I have 50 kilograms of donkey meat, please indulge yourself. Amidst his laughter, he walked in. The hundreds of monks were momentarily baffled by his pressure. They did not know whether they should attack or entertain the guest. The matter was obvious. This was an envoy sent by the fifth ring. But they did not know how he knew about this place, and why he came. The few great Buddhas in the lead exchanged their divine senses and came up with a plan. One of them took the lead. I will lead the way for Daoist Lu. Chapter 1771. Hundreds of monks acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Even though they knew it was impossible for an army to invade, they still took the strictest measures. Dozens of monks flew out in all directions to investigate. Accompanying Lu Xiaoyi were 7 great Buddhas. It could be estimated that they all thought they had a certain status. The so-called Buddhist alliance of the Eastern Heaven main world was made up of a series of Buddhist realms. Each of them was not very big, probably similar to or even smaller than Blue Sky. Therefore, there was no such Buddhist realm in the Eastern Heaven that could enter the category of top realms. What restricted them was their size. The information that the marching monk left him was a token that could prove it came from him and the name of a temple in heaven. There was no way to specify a specific person because the marching monk had gone to the interior heaven for hundreds of years. The people below had changed and were no longer the same as before. This was also a battle of wits and bravery. To the marching monks, I had given them a real position and a real token. But as for how you would turn all of this into an offensive force, that would depend on Lu Xiaoyi's own ability. If he had the ability, he could pull out a team of great Buddhas to work for him. If he didn't, it was normal to lose his life in heaven. This was a common way of getting along in the cultivation world. He had suffered a loss, but it was not easy for him to get his spoils of war. To Lu Xiaoyi, was Luo Sutian necessary? From a tactical point of view, it was not necessarily because there was fifth ring Juzian, Heaven's Choice, Anchor Chain, Floating Sink, and a group of people from the interior heaven. But from a tactical point of view, it was necessary. It was because of what the marching monk said at the Dharma assembly. The Eastern Heavens Buddhist sect had admitted defeat this time. Pulling them into the alliance was a form of cultivation truth. If he could do it, it showed his ability and the strength of the fifth ring. This would leave a deep impression in the hearts of the interior heavens Evilders. It was a good start. If he could maintain this trend, the fifth ring's movement would naturally become a benchmark in their subconscious mind. This was exactly what he needed to make a big fuss. If they couldn't do it, they could at least wipe out the Henghe realm. However, the fifth ring realm would be reduced to an extremely ordinary member of the many realms and wouldn't have much rallying power. The next time they acted, they might not be the convener, but a passive participant. This was the difference. The marching monk had compromised on the matter of conquering the Heng River, but there were still challenges in the compromise. In short, you can't solve the fundamental problem by scheming. You have to show the real thing, the real ability. It was precisely because of this understanding that Lu Xiaoyi couldn't act sneakily this time, just like in Heaven's Choice. He had to show his strength, convince the monks, and make them submit to him before coming up with a real plan. This order cannot be wrong. It would decide his and Qing Xian's right to speak in the interior sky in the future. It was impossible for the marching monk to introduce him to the origins of the nearly 100 heavenly palaces in Luosushan, their attitudes, the composition of the circle, and even the few leaders. He had to solve all these by himself. Therefore, he might as well use his reputation to shock all the monks and distinguish them in the process. It was very dangerous. Buddhism was also a tiger's den, especially when it came to the fundamental aspects of Buddhism. Cruelty and mercilessness were not only the style of individual cultivators. In the end, Taoism and Buddhism were able to control the world of cultivation in the universe. This was enough to explain some of the problems. They just whitewashed their cruelty under the color of mercy and compassion. At least now he knew that among the many Buddhist sects, these 7 were the leaders. They were not that bad. The group came to a heavenly palace. It was antique and had a unique style in the temple architecture. However, Lu Xiaoyi didn't know much about the Buddhist system, so he couldn't judge its roots. Anyway, it should be the original palace of one of the 7 great Buddhas. There was a line of words on the plaque of the temple: all dharmas are born because of fate, and all dharmas are destroyed because of fate. Dharmas are born and destroyed by fate, and Buddhism says that they are all empty. The monks and Lu Xiaoyi filed in. It was not only because he was Lu Xiaoyi, from the fifth ring Shenyuan, who once reversed the situation in the First Universe War with his own strength, but also because of his own cultivation rel. His primordial spirit took a step. You could say that he was not as good as the sun god, but in a sense, he was better than the monks present. In the cultivation world where strength was respected, this was very important. This might be the reason why this guy dared to come to Luosushan alone. He was a bit arrogant. But the reception was necessary. It was one thing to play tricks in the dark, but on the surface, they must make the guests feel at home, because until now, they still didn't know where this person's trump card was. Was he really alone? Or was it some arrangement from the interior heaven? It was not clear. With all the seniors here, I'm really uneasy to be a guest. I've heard that there are countless virtuous Buddhists in Dongtian, and the number of sages is like thunder in my ears. Today, I've seen you, and you're even better than the rumors. It's just that your seniority is too low. Hey, I'm a bit confused. It was all bullshit. What do you mean by like thunder in your ears? You don't know any of them. What kind of ears do you have? Huai Bai of Chongshan Temple, Great Compassion Zen Temple, Xiao Hai Temple's Prosperity, Jiaoyi Mountains Tranquility, Manjushri Temple's Other Shore, Hua Yang Sect Stupidity, Monk Tuor of Sandgate Abode. The monks reported their names one by one, and for the time being, they could not see their likes and dislikes. Monk Huai Bai recited the name of Buddha. Amitabha. If people don't do what I want, it's my immeasurable. If I don't do what they want, it's my lack of virtue. We, Luosucian, are deeply honored that Taoist Lu specially came from afar. But I don't know why you're here this time. Lu Xiaoyi's expression was serious, but his mouth was full of arrogance. There's no other reason, my heart is itching. Because I'm studying the Tao realm. I've recently dabbled in the Tao realm of Buddhism in the innate Tao. I studied it alone, but I have no comparison, and many things lack references. Although Dongtian is big, Buddhists are low-key and hard to find. So by chance, I know that Luosucian has a gathering of eminent monks, so I wanted to come and verify it. I don't care about what I've learned, as long as it's Buddhism. So I came this time. I don't know if there are many experts in Luosucian who can solve my doubts. In a word, I've learned your things, but I don't know if it's right, so I'm here to play with you. I don't know if anyone dares to accept my challenge. To do such a thing in the United Nations Representative Office of Buddhism, the guts are arrogant enough. But in fact, if you think about it carefully, you can't get rid of all kinds of plots. So it's better to be straightforward, since we're not friends, just treat yourself as an evil guess. Monk Tuor recited the name of Buddha. He had the most violent temper among the monks, and he did not fall for this trick. My Buddha is merciful, but he will not help the stubborn. Of course, discussing Buddhism is fine, but there are many risks in it, and there's no way to guarantee the safety of the guest. If there's an accident, people will say that Luosucian is bullying the few, and we can't bear this responsibility. Chapter 1772. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Have you ever heard of a swordsman being worried about his own safety? But then again, I don't care about my own safety, I'm just afraid of hurting the monks. Will they give me an Arhat formation? Huai Bai looked at him. If you're here to humiliate my Luo Su Tian, I can't guarantee that there won't be an Arhat formation. If you're here to test your skills, the hundreds of monks here won't be afraid of being killed by the flying sword. Both sides were not polite from the start. After millions of years of conflict, the previous universe war left wounds on both sides. This was not something that could be healed with just one meeting. Lu Xiaoyi was accompanied by someone to appreciate the beauty of the heavenly palace. This was the duty of the host. The hosts gathered together to discuss this person and the hidden meaning behind this matter. It's impossible that he's just here to provoke us. He must have other motives. It's just that we're not sure yet. Dau said firmly. Manjushri Haigan was very calm, he's young and arrogant. It's not impossible for him to take this opportunity to suppress our Buddhism. It's just that it's not his style. He's here to talk about Buddhism, surrounded by a large army outside, and when we're not prepared. Little C. Temple Rome Ku shook his head. Senior, you're just talking about an armchair strategist. If they're here with a large army, the best strategy would be to attack all at once. Sending one person first would be unnecessary. It would only wake us up. What's there to talk about when we're not prepared? Of course, we need to check the outside carefully, but I don't think it's a large army encircling us. The few of them argued and couldn't come up with a good idea. After all, Lu Xiaoyi's appearance was indeed unexpected. There was no context to follow and it was too sudden. In the end, it was Jiaoyi Mountain Zhaojing's words that got everyone's agreement. Why think so much and add to your worries? If a Daoist from Luo Su Tian makes us suspicious, I don't think this so-called heaven is the heaven. What's wrong with treating it as an ordinary fanatic visiting? Just spread some people outside and let everyone see what kind of person this so-called heaven's pride is. There's no need to be afraid and hold back. It's his fortune to be able to leave this place alive. If he dies, it's his own death, Just like every Daoist who accidentally entered this place, the calmer we are, the more meaningless his so-called backup plans are. It's useless to think too much. Monk Tuor's voice was as loud as a bell. What you really have to be careful of is that you can't embarrass yourself during the competition. If we can suppress him, his true intentions will naturally be revealed. If we can't suppress him, then there's nothing we can do. We can only let him be arrogant and take whatever he wants. Therefore, Huaibai concluded, in that case, we need to consider the candidates carefully. Those who are ambitious but don't have enough strength should not go up. Let's decide the order later. Although this person is only a primordial spirit, his hands are full of blood. He has killed more than 5 young spirit cultivators, and they are mainly from our Buddhist lineage. Now, I see that this person has taken another step forward in the ancient technique. His strength definitely cannot be underestimated. Let me tell you the truth. In terms of life and death, none of us here may be his opponent. But since we are competing in the realm of Buddha, this is our chance. The conflict between Buddhism and Taoism has a long history. It is a battle of orthodoxies. It's fine if ordinary people come here and use some tricks, but this person is different. He is an influential figure in Taoism for thousands of years. It should be resolved in the way of a battle of orthodoxies. Once people know that I, Luo Sutian, have played tricks behind his back, I'm afraid it will damage the reputation of Eastern Heaven Buddhism. I'm guessing that he may have such a purpose. After all, we don't know what's in the interior heaven. Huaibai's words were very vague. In fact, what he meant was that they didn't know the methods of the interior heaven. Could there be something similar to the eye of heaven observing here? Therefore, there was no need to use underhanded methods. It was also to guard against this swordsman's possible backup. Didn't you want to challenge Luo Sutian's 100 celestial palaces with your own strength? Or only use the Buddha Vein Dao? Well, we're not afraid of losing face. We'll play with you like this. There are nearly 100 schools of Buddhism here. There are a lot of things to be done. We'd like to see what kind of tricks you, a Daoist, can play with your little Buddhist Dao realm. The airspace near Luo Sutian's celestial palaces, one on the left and one on the right, were clearly separated. There was also a great disparity. On one side, there was a group of hundreds of monks. On the other side, there was only one. Just like when traveling monk Sun came to the small thunder temple, there were demons and ghosts with evil intentions all around. He didn't feel any pressure to fight against a celestial. This was the void of the universe. He had countless methods to move freely here. Huaibai chanted the name of Buddha. Amitabha. Fellow Daoist, you came here because of your own fate. Fortune and misfortune are up to the heavens. Since you have the intention to compete with Buddhism, you should know that Buddhism is boundless. Here, Buddha is born from 100 veins. Don't say that we have the advantage in numbers. Lu Xiaoyi sneered. Since it's a competition, there should be punishment. If I'm not as good as you, I'll stay here to worship Buddha for 100 years. If you can't do it, you have to help me do something. Do you have any objections? Huaibai's long eyebrows twitched. Us Buddhist disciples never make false promises. You want us to betray Buddhism and kill, do you think we'll do as you wish? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. You have the right to refuse, but you have to be impartial and not use the suspicion of Buddhism as an excuse. Is this fair? Huaibai knew what he meant. It seemed like this matter had nothing to do with the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. What kind of problem could make a Daoist genius like him seek help from Buddhism? But since there was a clue, there was no need to guess blindly. Us Buddhists have always followed the rules of the cultivation world. Just like when you come here today, even if you're alone, we'll still be polite. All right, I'll promise you. If there's a result, Luo Sutian will act according to his heart and will not deliberately make things difficult for you. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. If that's the case, please enlighten me. Luo Sutian's monks touched each other with their divine senses. They already had a plan. One of the monks stepped out from the crowd, but it wasn't any of the 7 great Buddhas. Monk Pu Song of the 6 Tao Temple. The monk didn't say much. With a Buddhist chant, Lu Xiaoyi felt as if he had entered the sixth Tao samsara. The Tao of reincarnation was a Tao that both Taoism and Buddhism highly respected. To Buddhism, they were more used to putting karma and reincarnation together to deduce. It was a preaching of karma. Buddhism believed that people who did good and evil would have retribution in their next life. Life and death continued in the six Tao of heaven, man, evil god, hell, hungry ghost, and beast. Just like monk Pu Song chanted in a low voice, "Benefactor, a grain of rice is as heavy as Mount Meru. Even if you can't reach Tao in this life, you'll still be alive." This was the Tao of reincarnation. To put it simply, one wouldn't seek fate if they froze to death, wouldn't beg for alms if they starved to death, and wouldn't seek fate if they were poor. It was also an important branch of the Tao of reincarnation. Luo Sutian was a heaven's chosen in the first battle. He was a little arrogant because the Tao of reincarnation was a Tao that both Taoism and Buddhism were proficient in. He wanted to show that he wouldn't take advantage of his opponent. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi could only use the Tao of reincarnation or other Daoist realms of Buddhism. If you insist on using the flying sword to simulate the thunder of slaughter, you might win. But if you lose in terms of Buddhism, it would go against Lu Xiaoyi's intention. Chapter 1773. Lu Xiaoyi understood that as long as he broke the rules, the monks would no longer need to follow the rules. This was a tacit understanding. He also knew about reincarnation, but Taoism's reincarnation was based on natural reincarnation and rarely involved karma. This was the fundamental difference in reincarnation between Buddhism and Taoism. The corpse lotus reincarnation will of nature that was left to him by the three Qin was the direction he explored in the Tao of reincarnation. Of course, it could not be compared to Pu Song's Tao of karma reincarnation that he had cultivated for thousands of years, but it was not to the extent of losing. It was just that he was at a disadvantage in the six paths of reincarnation. In such a Tao state, in the constant changes of heaven, man, evil god, hell, hungry ghost, and beast, he had to guard himself. Otherwise, he would follow the rhythm of the monks and eventually lose himself in the six paths of reincarnation, becoming a hungry ghost and beast. A battle like this was a battle of pure grand Tao concepts. The mysterious and unfathomable secret techniques of the Buddhist sect couldn't be used. Of course, the special skills of a sword cultivator couldn't be used either. It looked like a battle of words, but if the Tao realm cultivator couldn't win, then their lives would still be in danger. Of course, both sides would not go so far. Lu Xiaoyi could certainly use the flying sword to disrupt the rhythm of the monk's Tao state, but if he did so, he would lose. In the stalemate, he also wrote a verse: "The six paths of reincarnation are bitter, the grandson marries the grandmother, cows and sheep are the seat of honor, the six families are cooked in the pot." He was actually secretly learning from them. The universe was about to enter the middle stage. Among the next 20 over innate Taos, many were unique to Buddhism or shared by Taoism and Buddhism, such as yin virtue, fortune, nirvana, return to one, karma, reincarnation, and so on. Time was tight, so it would be difficult to find a quiet place to study and a suitable teacher. He was confident that he could master these Taos because of their foundation. Firstly, he had a rudimentary understanding of them, and secondly, he could benefit from the fragments of Taos. But in the process of comprehending the first 12 Taos, he understood that these 2 points alone were not enough for him to meet the requirements of the Tao state. He still needed to work hard and learn from others. When learning the great Tao, the biggest taboo was to stick to one Tao and ignore all other thoughts and concepts. The harm of doing so was to narrow the path of one's great Tao. So, to learn more about others' Tao was very beneficial. To a swordsman like him, where could he find so many who were willing to teach him wholeheartedly? They could only do so through battle. Fighting non-stop. Learn from your opponent. He would complete his plan while completing his own cultivation. Integrating his cultivation into his mission was also his specialty. The great Tao of reincarnation was a great Tao that needed to be refined by him. Encountering Pu Song was also his luck. Of course, he could not use it. He used the merit and impermanence that he was most familiar with to break through the situation. He would persevere for as long as he could, and while persevering, he would understand the results of other people's reincarnation. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, he was always in the heaven, man, and demonic god, but he never entered the hell, hungry ghost, or beast path. The 6 paths of reincarnation killing technique required the opponent to go through the 6 paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, the technique would be incomplete. This was a unique characteristic of battles between Tao realm cultivators. Among the onlookers, the experts saw the artistry while the laymen saw the excitement. However, there were few Buddhists who did not know about the cycle of reincarnation. They might not be as specialized as Pu Song, but they had a general insight. They could tell that although Swordsman was in a passive situation, he was still far from being in danger. This person has some foundation in samsara, but it's far from enough to win. He would definitely use other Tao realm cultivators to help him, but I can't think of what he would use. Do any of you have any idea? Huygen asked. Everyone shook their heads. There were a few great Taos that could counter the cycle of reincarnation. For example, breaking through the merit and virtue would prevent reincarnation, breaking through the nirvana would prevent reincarnation, breaking through the impermanence would disrupt the cycle of reincarnation. There were many ways. However, this swordsman's method was very strange. He only went back and forth between the heaven, man, and demonic god paths. It was a very childish method. The display of the Tao realm didn't mean that you would never be able to go to hell or become an animal just because you were in the upper 3 realms of the 6 realms. This was just a concept. The key was the power of the 6 realms as a whole. It was not completely meaningless. At least, the swordsman's transformation between the heaven, man, and demonic god paths in the Tao realm made Pu Song feel uncomfortable. It was as if something strange was stuffed into his body during this process. Something that no one could recognize. Life was under the 6 paths of reincarnation. The power of Tao realm was to compress this process into a very short period of time. In a real battle, your opponent would not allow you to do this. However, if it was a competition of pure Tao realm, everything was possible. Using other Buddhist Taos to counter the swordsman's path was the main topic. If they were to use the Tao of reincarnation to counter the swordsman, they would have to compete with their understanding of the Tao. For Lu Xiaoyi's situation, this was a little unwise. However, he did it, and it made everyone suspicious. How could a famous swordsman in the universe, who had never tasted defeat, make such an obvious mistake? Although they were suspicious, Pu Song did not stop his evolution of Tao realm. After some time, the swordsman finally entered the 4th path, the path of hell. He saw hope, but he was also confused. Because in his 6 paths of reincarnation, the sluggish feeling became more and more obvious. As a great Buddha, he knew very well that this meant something terrible. He could not see through his opponent's methods, and this was a very dangerous situation in a competition. Should he continue evolving the 6 paths of reincarnation, or wait a little longer to see it clearly? Just as he was hesitating, the swordsman seemed to have made a mistake in the confrontation. The path of hungry ghost and the path of livestock were also successfully evolved. In an instant, the swordsman's figure had been reincarnated once in the 6 paths of reincarnation. No, there seemed to be another path added. There was an inexplicable 7th path that might or might not exist. The system collapsed. This was a denial of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation became the 7 paths. Did this mean that his thousands of years of effort were all wrong? Pu Song's Tao realm collapsed, but his body was not injured. However, he was injured because of his confusion towards the Tao. His face was pale, and his mind was in a mess. He staggered back until he was out of the range of the competition. Then, he regained his composure and bowed with his palms together. Amazing, benefactor. This little monk was defeated, and I didn't even understand what I lost to. Lu Xiaoyi smiled faintly. He had gotten what he wanted and had also trained what he wanted to strengthen. This kind of Tao realm battle was very worth it. It's just the Tao of creating something out of nothing. The monks were moved. How could there be a Tao of creating something out of nothing in this world? It was just another excuse for the innate Tao. Groundless, Chapter 1774. Everyone in the interior realm was confused about the groundless existence, not to mention those in the lower realm's main world. This was a Tao that might or might not exist. It was beyond everyone's expectation that someone could specialize in such a Tao. You couldn't say that the groundless existence wasn't a Buddhist Tao, just like the Tao of reincarnation was actually involved in both Taoism and Buddhism. Why use the groundless existence to break the Tao of reincarnation? Lu Xiaoyi had a deep consideration for this. Firstly, the groundless existence was one of the 36 innate Taos. It was also a Tao that Lu Xiaoyi had to master. Moreover, he had a new and unique understanding of the groundless existence by chance. He suddenly realized that the groundless existence was actually a Tao of variables, not the Tao of emptiness. This provided him with a unique way of understanding. Secondly, the Tao of the groundless existence was originally made up by him in the interior realm. At that time, it was to cover up his real Tao of integration of the big and small universes. He didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise in this cover-up. Since it had been publicized in the interior realm, there was no need to hide it in the main world. Finally, it was his consideration of the hundreds of Buddhist veins in Luo Su Tian. Many of these people were great Buddhas and the existence of young spirit. The rest were at least primordial spirit monks. If he wanted to steal in front of such a group of experienced monks, he could not hide it for long. After a few rounds, his abnormal way of competing in the Tao state would arouse the monks' suspicion. It would not be difficult for them to guess what he was thinking. Therefore, there must be a new thing that everyone was interested in, such as the groundless existence. Even if the Buddhas were very suspicious, this suspicion was not worth mentioning in front of a new Tao. The purpose was to use the spirit of exploration of new things to dilute their doubts and achieve his own goal. Therefore, even if he could use his own understanding of reincarnation and impermanence of merit to solve quickly, he didn't do so. Instead, he wasted time using the groundless existence. One was to observe the other's reincarnation Tao, and the other was to use his own groundless existence. It was like killing two birds with one stone. He was a half-immortal who had taken a step forward. Perhaps in terms of cultivation, he could not compare with these great Buddhas at the young spirit level, but in terms of understanding the Tao realm, he had taken a step forward first, so he had his own advantage. The Luo Sutian monks felt that they had an advantage. They had so many different Buddhist veins as their foundation, and so did Lu Xiaoyi. Lu Xiaoyi won the first round, which was nothing new. With his current reputation in the universe, it would be strange if he lost. He was no longer an ant now, but a thief that had crossed the river. He was able to move about freely and was rarely matched. This was the proof of his countless accomplishments. The second one to enter the arena was still not one of the 7 great Buddhas. Bobolo Temple's Pan Chu monk, please correct me. Once the Tao realm appeared, light and shadow intertwined, and time reverse. This was the Viper Corpse Buddha of cultivation. Its body was born from the formless, as if it was an illusion of various images. The illusionary heart's consciousness was originally non-existent. Sin and happiness were both empty, there was no place for it to reside. Peepo Corpse Buddha, also known as Peepo Corpse or Weibo Corpse, was the first of the 7 Buddhas in the past. He was known as the Victorious View, various views, and so on. He was the first Buddha of the 7 Buddhas in the past. In the past, there was a Buddha named Peepo Corpse Buddha. He was about 60 years old, and his Buddha light was about 120 years old. His body was purple gold and had 84,000 forms. Among the forms were 84,000 good. Among the good, there were countless golden lights. In the light, there were countless sands that turned into Buddhas. This was the foundation of the Buddha of the past. This monk had evolved the Tao of the past in the Great Tao of Time. The Great Tao of Time was still not a pure Buddhist Great Tao, but shared by Taoists and Buddhas. It seemed that the Luo Sutian monks were still very cautious. They would not easily reveal the Great Tao of Buddhism in front of outsiders. Instead, they used the shared Great Tao to deal with Lu Xiaoyi. Firstly, it was to hide it. Secondly, it was to be proud. It meant that although you came here to challenge the great Tao of Buddhism, they thought that it was an unfair victory. Therefore, they simply used the great Tao of Taoists and Buddhas. It was not bullying you. The great Tao of time was a challenge for Lu Xiaoyi. His understanding of the great Tao of time was still at the intermediate stage. In fact, among the remaining 20 great Taos, he was not familiar with most of them. He only had enough attainments in reincarnation, space, and the 5 elements. This was also the reason why he used such a method to recruit people in Luo Sutian. He would not let go of any opportunity to fight, especially this kind of opportunity to understand the various great Tao of Buddhism. There was not much time left. He had to seize the opportunity to understand the remaining great Tao. There were many directions of the great Tao of time, but there were only 2 main directions: the reverse flow and the open flow. The core of the reverse flow was to reverse the long river of time to find the true meaning of time. It must be done by finding the opponent's past weakness in battle to complete the elimination. The open flow was the opposite. It accelerated the long river of time to determine the opponent's future to achieve the purpose of influencing. At this point in the Tao realm, many great Taos were inevitably entangled together. You could not purely use the Tao realm as an example. For example, the reverse flow of the great Tao of time would inevitably be entangled with karma and reincarnation, and the open flow would be torn apart with destiny and nirvana. The sun god severing 3 lives was also in this category. The past, present, and future were more comprehensive. The Pan-Tu monk's Tao realm was to use the change of his own past to affect the opponent's past. In this process, there would be a collision of the past to achieve the purpose of determining the winner. Lu Xiaoyi had experience in being forced out of the past. At that time, he was still a Yuanying. For this reason, he had even lost the life of a half-immortal. If a half-immortal was like this, then there was no need to mention a great Buddha. He could not say it out loud. Don't look at my past. It's not something you can bear. Although he appeared very aggressive, he did not want to kill anyone here. There were countless eminent monks of Buddhism in the East Heaven main world, and there were many of them. In order to achieve the final goal, he could be strong, but once someone died, there was no turning back. Therefore, he could not let this fool see it. The contest would begin here. The normal rhythm of a confrontation should be carried out by both sides in the countless past scenes. It was not a test of your past identity, but the control of your past identity. You were a farmer in this life, and I was a general in this life, so I could suppress you. It was not so superficial. However, Lu Xiaoyi's response was very naive. He covered his past and did not let others see it. This was impossible for others to do, because it was impossible to cover countless scenes of the past. If you covered a part, you would inevitably leak some parts. But what surprised all the monks was that the swordsman had used some unknown method to cover all of it. Was this caused by the difference between a half-immortal and a sun god? The monks could only think so. But what they did not know was that the truth was not that complicated. The reason why he could cover all of it was very simple. Because Lu Xiaoyi only had 2 scenes of the past. What was impossible for others was very simple for him. Chapter 1775. While guarding his past, Lu Xiaoyi naturally began to mix in sand and muddy the variables that he was now very used to. Muddy the Tao was very useful, especially when he didn't use his flying sword and was purely competing with his Tao state. He could almost simulate any variables of the Tao state and use them to confuse his opponent's attention. From there, he could observe his opponent's changes and conceal his goal. He no longer had the aggressive, fiery aggressiveness that only belonged to sword cultivators. In the eyes of the monks of Luosutian, who would believe that he was a swordsman just based on his performance? He was a proper spell cultivator dawdling. Why is he hiding? This doesn't make sense. From the perspective of a confrontation, it's not wise to spend time and effort on hiding. It's not in line with the sword vein's style. Is there a problem with his past? Monk Tuor was very confused. Old Nun Rome Ku also said, letting go of the seal of the past and looking for a confrontation with the past is the best way. Not to mention the swordsman who views offense as his life. Even other orthodoxies understand this point. There must be a reason. I heard that there's a type of person in this world who can cut off time and space. Could it be because of this? Dau was very confused. This method of concealing the past is not feasible in a normal battle. At that time, both sides would strive to slash the present world. Who would have the time and energy to hide the past? That's why I think it's not difficult to see the swordsman's past. We just need to jump out of the Dao state and fight normally. However, Huaibai had a different opinion. Could this be a trap set up by the swordsman? He can't fight freely in the Dao state, so he wants us to change the way he fights. Is it beneficial for us to fight the swordsman without rules? The few of them had their own guesses and couldn't come to a conclusion. However, gradually, the rhythm was brought to the swordsman's strange Dao state and the mystery of his past. Few people thought that he might have other motives. This was the effect Lu Xiaoyi wanted to achieve, throwing a brick to attract jade. The reason he threw out the groundless was to make the monks forget the necessary vigilance. He wanted the monks to see the groundless, and at the same time, he wanted to see the different Dao realms of the monks. It could be considered an exchange of Dao realms. He had to show some sincerity if he wanted to steal their techniques, right? After all, the Pan-head monk's ability is still far inferior to that half-immortal from back then. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoyi is no longer the little Yuanying from back then, therefore, he was unable to forcefully break through his opponent's concealment of the past. While Lu Xiaoyi was using these methods to confuse his own past, he slowly accumulated a lot of experience and finally began to confuse his opponent's past. This was also the beginning of his attack. His goal was very clear. He wanted to turn the bow-headed monk's past into a pile of paste. He wanted to mix in countless variables so that he would have no choice but to spend a lot of time sorting out his past. This kind of fighting style was very much like that of a cultivator. It was the mainstream of the cultivation world, unlike the swordsman's style of drawing blood with every strike. The Pan-head monk had no choice. He couldn't see his opponent's past, but his own was being torn apart and tainted. He made a prompt decision and jumped out of the circle. Benefactor's Dao realm is amazing. His defense is like a tortoise and his attack is like stirring shit. This poor monk is no match for him. I admire him. The old monk was somewhat unsatisfied. He only felt that this Dao realm competition was very vexing. This was the characteristic of the pure ideological Dao realm. You could think that it was very mysterious, very high-end, and very imposing. However, it lacked the refreshing feeling of punching flesh. It wasn't as satisfying as the Dao realm like thunder slaughter. Therefore, although he admitted defeat, his words were filled with great resentment. A punch landed on a cotton flower. He had the strength but couldn't use it. This was the charm of the Dao realm. The few great Buddhas in charge communicated with each other. After these 2 rounds, they spent a lot of time. Combined with the news from the periphery of Luo Sutian, they had a rough judgment. Huaibai chanted, Amitabha. From this person's attack, we still don't know how high his understanding of Buddhism's Tao is, but at least we know 3 points. Firstly, this person doesn't have the heart to kill. Secondly, there are no hidden enemies in the periphery. Lastly, this groundless thing is very interesting. Then, purely from the Tao realm, which of us here hasn't been immersed for a few thousand years more than him? With nearly 100 people here, how can he break them all with one Tao? It's useless to think too much. First, use your real ability to subdue him, then talk about other things. When we Buddhism do things, we always repay kindness with kindness. If there's a grudge, there's a grudge. If he didn't hurt anyone in these 2 rounds, we'll return the favor by not harming him in these 2 rounds. If he can always hold on to such propriety, then this round will be just a battle between Taoists and Buddhas. Let the world know that in terms of breadth of mind, we Buddhism are much stronger than Taoist. After the monks of Luo Sutian confirmed, they finally began to fight for their orthodoxy. It was also from the 3rd round that the pure Tao realm of Buddhism became the mainstream. It was pressure, but also the source of knowledge. When the monks tried their best, Lu Xiaoyi's groundless beginner would find it difficult to achieve success. He had no choice but to bring out his own merit and impermanence abilities to help. After all, this was the joint representative office of the East Heaven Main World's Buddhism. The people gathered here were not ordinary people. They all held important positions in their respective orthodoxies. None of the monks were easy to deal with. They were the result of thousands of years of cultivation. Such a method of learning while competing was the best method for the current Lu Xiaoyi. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to understand it. However, he had the foundation of 36 Taos, and the depth of knowledge of 12 Taos. Many things were no longer so mysterious in his eyes once he used them. When the Tao realm competition was no longer about life and death, the arrogant habits of the cultivators were undoubtedly revealed. Most of the time, there was no need to completely determine the winner before stopping. Often, when the Tao had been exhausted and there was no other way, they would take the initiative to withdraw. There were also many virtuous monks in Buddhism. They were not a group of narrow-minded snobbish people. Those who could cultivate to such a level were rarely scoundrels. In the eyes of these virtuous people, sword cultivators had given up on their own supreme flying swords and switched to competing in the realm of Tao. They were fighting 1 against 100, yet they were still fussing over minor matters and pestering them endlessly. This in itself was a sign that they were not broad-minded enough. It was also at this moment that the astute Lu Xiaoyi accurately grasped the direction of the situation. When he faced the Tao of Nirvana of the Great Compassion Zen Temple, he took the initiative to surrender. "I can't do it. Master, you're just a rock, and it's the lifeless kind." In fact, it wasn't that he lost, but that he couldn't continue. If he had surrendered at the beginning of the battle, he would be regarded as a useless spearhead that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, if he surrendered after a series of victories, he would be regarded as a stubborn junior who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The effect was even better. This was because it meant that both sides recognized each other. They were no longer thinking about winning or losing, but purely pursuing the concept of Tao. This was originally the attitude of the cultivators. It was the norm before ancient times, but now it was mixed with too many selfish thoughts. Fortunately, it was back on the right track. Chapter 1776. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyi was about to give up, the monks were unwilling. After all, who wouldn't want to experience the unwarranted weirdness? Huaibai smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about victory or defeat. Benefactor's Tao state is very unique. Many of the senior and junior brothers here want to give it a try. We will all do our best. Don't hold back, just enjoy yourself." Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. His hidden intentions were seen through. But it didn't matter. In the eyes of these monks, no Tao state could stop others from improving just by hiding. You hide, I hide too. Everyone is at the same place. You're selfless, I'm defy. Everyone has something to gain. Which is better? No one needs to teach. The Tao state competition was still going on, but it had completely changed. Lu Xiaoyi didn't really understand. Unknowingly, something started to show in him. That was the art of language, the way of behavior, and the unique affinity formed by the best performance in a unique environment. It could make people unknowingly give up their prejudices. This was very swordsman. But he knew that if he wanted to achieve his goal, he couldn't walk the same path as his seniors. He hoped that when he stepped forward, even if he had to be the enemy of the entire immortal court, there would be countless friends behind him. He refused to be a lone hero, even if it was the most popular image in the biography. Tongliao Ancient Temple, please enlighten me. Nirvana Tao state was similar to marching army monk. But this monk focused more on self-nirvana. He didn't use the method of invading the opponent's ego. Was it because he couldn't or wasn't willing? Lu Xiaoyi had been sparring with the monks of Luo Sutian for almost a month. The characteristic was that he was getting faster and faster. Most of the time, he would stop when the time was right. There were a total of 30 monks who came to ask for advice. They all thought that they had a skill in a certain Tao state. Those who were too far behind wouldn't come up. They all knew their own limits and wouldn't just make up the numbers. 1 month later, everyone dispersed. Lu Xiaoyi leisurely returned. Only now did he truly have the qualifications to appreciate the close to 100 celestial palaces in Luosu heaven. He could go wherever he wanted. Not only would no one stop him, there would always be celestial palace masters coming out to entertain him. This was what the world of cultivation should be like. Respect for each other and not haggle over each other's orthodoxy. Unfortunately, this harmony was destined to be short-lived. It was only for this moment, this place, this scene. Luo Sutian could not represent the entire Eastern Heaven Buddhist sect, and Lu Xiaoyi could not represent Taoism. But in his heart, there was still some kind of dream. To solve the problem of 2 vicious dogs fighting for food, he could not reason with them, nor could he beat them with a stick. The only way was to find a big enough piece of meat. It was so big that it was more than enough for 2 dogs to eat. Most of the monks were serious and boring. Their conversation was as plain as water. But when the forest was big, there would always be some variation. Monk Jiyu Xing was a wonderful person in Luosu heaven. He was very enthusiastic. He was not serious and old-fashioned like the monks. He was humorous and did not bother about trifles. Lu Xiaoyi got along well with such a person. It was not to deliberately make friends, but even if it was a crawstalk, you still need a partner, right? What made him most speechless was that Monk Jiyu Xing's celestial palace had 3 nuns serving him. It was the only one in Luosu heaven. Of course, in this world of cultivation, there were not many rules and precepts in Buddhism. The Buddhist rules in Lu Xiaoyi's previous life were just a cosmetic ceremony in the process of spreading Buddhism. For example, shaving one's head, being a vegetarian, and not marrying. In this world of cultivation, only shaving one's head was relatively common. Not only could he have a glimpse of the Buddhist roots of this person, but he could also roughly infer that this person's status in Luosu heaven was not low. Otherwise, he would not be able to do whatever he wanted. The 2 of them chatted happily and were very congenial. Monk Jiyu Xing simply took out some good wine. The 2 of them drank and chatted. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. I see that Monk Jiyu Xing has reached the Yang spirit realm and is leading a palace alone. I wonder why you are hiding your strength during the comparison of realms and not willing to fight. Jiyu Xing pointed at him. Don't think that I don't know what you swordsmen are thinking. On the surface, you are comparing realms, but in your heart, you are disdainful. You think that it's all just talk on paper for your own entertainment. I don't fight because in the eyes of Huang Quan Temple, all battles that are not for the purpose of life and death are hooligans. Without involving life and death, how can one force out one's potential? Without facing danger, how can one go all out? I can't fake a fight like this, so I might as well not do it. When the day comes when you and I have to fight for our Taos, we will fight with all our strength. It's also a happy thing in life. Lu Xiaoyi's heart was filled with sorrow. He raised his cup and the 2 of them drank. Jiyu Xing was curious. Master Lu is now the leader of the swordsmen in the main world. Why are you still willing to tolerate such a method of comparison? Isn't this a regression in the way of the sword? Lu Xiaoyi smiled, planting the green seedlings all over the field, lowering one's head to see the sky and the water. Only with a clear heart is the way. Regression is actually moving forward. What is advancement? What is retreat? Where is the fixed pattern? Cultivators should stay away from pleasure, but you have 3 nuns here to serve you. Is this advancement? Or is it retreat? Jiyu Xing was happy and pointed at the 3 of them. Women are so charming, but they can't be confused. Dragon's musk is dark, and they wear thick makeup. People call them peonies, and Buddha calls them flowers and arrows. They shoot into the bone marrow, and they die without complaint. This is what Buddha said, not me. This poor monk's wisdom is shallow. I only know that life is short. If I don't enter hell, who will? Lu Xiaoyi didn't argue with him. There was no right or wrong in personal cultivation. Come. Let me introduce you. He pointed at the 3 nuns. This is Meng Tian, a ferryman among the cloud. The one in the middle is Xiangxao, a drooping lotus with a floral fragrance. The one beside her is Qingwu, a kind and warm person. Which one does Master Lu like? Just say the word. This monk really didn't have a filter on his mouth. In just one sentence, he introduced the characteristics of the nuns incisively and vividly. Even the thick-skinned Lu Xiaoyi couldn't stand it. That's why it was said that one shouldn't go to extremes. In a place like Luo Sutian, one could really become a pervert. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyi was a little embarrassed, Ji Yuxing laughed. Shenyuan swordsman has such a day. It's really satisfying. As the two were talking and laughing, there was a sound of Sanskrit. Ji Yuxing stretched out his hand. It must be because of Master Lu's matter. Luo Sutian has made up his mind. Master Lu, come with me now. The two walked side by side. Not long after, they arrived at a great hall. There were already hundreds of big and small Buddhas gathered here. Obviously, the meeting had been decided. There was one more person among the leading Buddhas. It was Zhu Ming of Tongliao Temple. This monk had always kept a low profile. In fact, he was the most powerful representative of Luo Sutian. Unfortunately, his concealment was meaningless from the start. Xingjuan monk had already told him about Tongliao Temple's status. He was also the only one who had interacted with Lu Xiaoyi in the fighting realm. Looking at Lu Xiaoyi, Zhu Ming showed a trace of determination. We, Luo Sutian, have already made the decision. From today onwards, we will gather at the beast territory within 100 years. Chapter 1777. Lu Xiaoyi's heart settled. This was expected, so he wasn't surprised. Zhu Ming was very straightforward. It could be seen that this was the style of Tongliao ancient temple. Although it was a Buddhist sect, it had the ability to act on par with the fifth ring. Of course, this was related to the fact that they had already planned to use the Henghe boundary to make a move. After this meeting, we will set off. It's obviously impossible to inform the Buddhist realms in terms of time, so we will choose 40 great Buddhas from Luo Sutian. What do you think, almsgiver Lu? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. I'm just a messenger. As for your allocation, it's an internal Buddhist matter. It's not my place to comment. I still have to hurry, so I won't stay any longer. The monks had no objections, but Huaibai frowned. Is almsgiver Lu's next itinerary to the Sun Peak? It's only 10 years from Luo Sutian to the Sun Peak through the reverse space, but in recent years, the reverse space has been stagnant and collapsing. Although it's only a small area, the reverse space corresponding to the Sun Peak is in the middle of it, so you can only use the main world space. In the main world space route, there's a large-scale meteorological eruption outside the Sun Peak. If you're not familiar with the route, it's easy to take a detour and waste time. Is almsgiver Lu familiar with this place? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. I've never been there. Once my eyes go blind, I can only rely on the star map to guide me. Huaibai nodded. So, do you need someone to guide you? Lu Xiaoyi did not refuse. I'll do as you say, if it's not troublesome. Zhu Ming waved his hand. There are hundreds of monks, how can we miss one? He turned to the monks. Who is willing to guide almsgiver Lu to the Sun Peak? The monks were hesitant, not because they didn't want to take up the responsibility, but because they wanted to join the team attacking the Henghe boundary. If they were guides, they wouldn't be able to go to the Henghe boundary. Secondly, as guides, they had to at least be familiar with the target. If they were complete strangers, they couldn't avoid awkwardness. Ji Yuxing stood up. Brothers, is my name on the list going to the Henghe boundary? Zhu Ming glanced at him. The list hasn't been decided. However, since you've spoken, it's none of your business. How about this, it's up to you to guide almsgiver Lu to Yangding. Don't cause any trouble on the way. I don't need to remind you of the importance of time. Ji Yuxing was a little dumbfounded. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have stepped forward. After all, to every monk, going to the Henghe realm was a grand occasion that they yearned for even in their dreams. In a lifetime, even if they had lived as long as they did, the opportunity to slaughter a large realm was very rare. Who would be willing to miss it? Huaibai snorted and said, Go away, But don't bring those nuns with you. We can still tolerate your bad habits in Luo Su Tian, but if you really take this out and treat it as a hunting trip, don't blame our Luo Su Tian's rules. Obviously, the monks here were very familiar with Ji Yuxing's eccentricities. They then looked at Lu Xiaoyi. Almsgiver Lu, please don't blame me. This person wasn't very attentive. Other people had cards in their pockets, but he was a three-colored freak. He would play with whoever he caught. Benefactor, please don't do as he wishes. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. He was very angry in his heart. Did they think that he and monk Ji Yuxing were jackals of the same tribe? The matter had been decided, everyone should split up and do what they wanted. Ji Yuxing was embarrassed, so he chattered, the combination of work and rest, the balance of yin and yang, is the only secret of cultivation. What's the difference between bringing the nuns and not bringing them with you? The two of them didn't wait for the others. They immediately got up and disappeared into the darkness. The change of the era was progressing towards the middle stage. Many natural phenomena in the universe gradually changed. For example, a situation where the space warp couldn't be opened happened from time to time. For example, the Yangding region. Or there were irregular outbursts of astronomical phenomena. These were all signs of a great change in the universe. Lu Xiaoyi had discovered this when he was traveling in the void. It could even occasionally affect his speed during space warp. The order was chaotic, and the sky was about to change. Ji Yuxing spoke casually, but he didn't do things casually. He determined the direction and swept all the way. He was as fast as lightning. Although he couldn't be compared to a swordsman like him in terms of speed, he was still very good at the sun spirit level. He was also a strong sun spirit. The direction was not facing the Yangding. Ji Yuxing deliberately explained, we can't go through the route facing the Yangding. A series of astronomical changes are happening there now. We estimate that these changes will continue for a long time. In the next few thousand years, there will be a lot of changes in the universe's routes. It's useless to look at the old star chart. The new star chart can't be drawn before the universe is completely stabilized. So, in the future, the main world's navigation will be troublesome. Lu Xiaoyi felt the same. Such drastic changes in the sky would only increase as the time of the change of the era approached. This was the trend, and no one could change it. The two of them were as fast as shooting stars. They didn't encounter any other cultivators along the way. Strictly speaking, Luo Su Tian wasn't a world, and there were no business opportunities. So, it was cold and deserted. Time was still very tight. It took 10 years to reach the Yangding from Luo Su Tian in the negative space, and about 30 years to go through the main world. Even if Lu Xiaoyi arrived smoothly and successfully persuaded, there wasn't enough time left for him. It was hard to say whether he could reach the beast territory before the collapse of the 13th Dao fragment, but this wasn't a reason to give up. Compared to Luo Su Tian, which represented the Buddhism of the East Heaven main world, he hoped to rope in a world like the Yangding because the conflict with the Buddhism of the main world was irreconcilable. It wasn't a cooperation that could put aside the dispute and work together. There was a fundamental difference. 20 years later, the two of them rushed forward, brushing against the edge of the violent eruption of the celestial phenomenon. The most direct impression that this celestial phenomenon gave Lu Xiaoyi was that it emitted a strong magnetic force, which would have a huge impact on all metallic objects, such as his flying sword. The strong magnetic field was known as a forbidden area in the cultivation world. It had restrictions on the techniques of most of the cultivators. Not only the swordsmen, but the techniques of the cultivators were also difficult to use. However, it wasn't as serious as the pure metal energy of the flying sword. Ji Yuxing smiled and said, Swordsman Lu, if you fight with Yangding Ren, you must remember to avoid the area covered by this sky. It's very unfriendly to the swordsman. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. I'm a messenger of peace. I came here with the hope of peace, not to fight. Ji Yuxing said disdainfully, it's like this. There are two paths. One is to take a large detour and completely avoid this celestial phenomenon. It might take 3 to 5 years. The other path is to take a shortcut. In this celestial phenomenon, there is a relatively stable canyon corridor that can save 3 to 5 years of time. However, it might be dangerous to travel through it. Furthermore, if an accident were to occur, Lu Jun, your flying sword would be greatly restricted. You are the host, so you can choose the path. If I choose, you won't start nagging me about not doing my best to lead the way. Lu Xiaoyi didn't hesitate. Of course, the shortcut. You shouldn't ask a swordsman such a question. Chapter 1778. Ji Yuxing changed the direction again and led Lu Xiaoyi into a narrow passage. Lu Xiaoyi soon understood why there was such a canyon. This was an asteroid belt wrapped in a magnetic field. Due to the degaussing effect of these asteroids, it formed such a passage. It was also a masterpiece of nature. Ji Yuxing explained, I've been here twice. Each time, the magnetic field was slightly stronger than the previous time. We estimate that the degaussing effect of these asteroids won't last long. In less than 1,000 years, this passage will disappear. The two of them traveled through the narrow asteroid belt. This so-called canyon was not a real canyon. It was not that they could not go around, but they would be completely exposed to the powerful magnetic field rays. These magnetic field rays were everywhere, destroying a cultivator's divine sense, perception, spell formation, and attack system. Moving in such an environment, even a floating raft would not be able to fly. A cultivator could only use their eyes to determine the direction. Even if they had the star chart, they would not be able to rely on it. Ji Yuxing was in front, and Lu Xiaoyi was behind. Out of habit, he began to try to display his abilities in such an environment. The result was regrettable. He was afraid that he could only display 30% or 40% of his abilities. It was basically impossible to control his flying swords here. The strong magnetic field would cause the flying sword's flight trajectory to be erratic. It was beyond the range of his divine sense control. If he wanted to form a sword river with millions of sword rays, he would be pulled away by the strong magnetic field. It was completely unsuitable for battle in such an environment. What made him even more depressed was that even his speed warp had lost its effect here. It would only work sometimes. Whether it worked or not depended on the strength of the magnetic field at that time. This was still within the so-called canyon passageway. If one were to carelessly barge into the strong magnetic environment outside the canyon, all of one's abilities would be suppressed to the point of near non-existence. Even Constellation Tila would be affected, causing him to be unable to move as fast or slow as he wished. Ji Yuxing was right. This place was really not suitable for a swordsman to intervene. However, he was still fearless because he believed that if he was suppressed to such an extent, others would be the same. Any cultivator who fought here would be a disaster. It meant that their thousands of years of hard work and training would be ineffective. Therefore, no one would be willing to fight in such a situation. In the cultivation world, there was a special cultivation term for strong magnetism, which was called the Meridian Divine Magnetic Ray. This thing was not something that an ordinary person could cultivate. If one wanted to cultivate it, they would need to cultivate their body into a huge magnet over a long period of time. This kind of cultivation method was actually not in line with the concept of cultivators, because it rejected all other methods, leaving only the Meridian Divine Magnetic Light in the body. Under special circumstances, it could play an extraordinary role, but in most cases, if people knew that it was only the divine magnetic light, they would be beaten up. Because in the cultivation world, it was impossible to have something that could eat the whole world with just one move. Furthermore, cultivating the Meridian Divine Light would reject the innate Taos. Just from this point alone, no one was willing to waste their lives on such a narrow postnatal Taos. Once he practiced the divine light, his future would be ruined. It was a path to train oneself to become a magnet that would become bigger and bigger, purer and purer. The asteroid belt was very long and winding. There were no paths here, and all they had to do was to fly forward. However, as the guide, Ji Yuxing had the responsibility to fly in front. Halfway through the canyon, Ji Yuxing, who was in front, stopped. Lu Xiaoyi sensed something. Is there someone blocking the way? Ji Yuxing was usually a carefree person, but now he was a little cautious. Someone is cultivating the meridian divine light in front. Who knows where they are from? The terrain is narrow, so it's inevitable that there will be collisions. The other party's attitude is unclear. How about this? To prevent us from getting trapped together, I'll go first. If they are easy to talk to, you can come back later. Lu Xiaoyi carefully sensed. 2 people? Primordial spirit realm? Ji Yuxing replied, for those who cultivate the meridian divine magnetic light, 2 people cultivate together the fastest. One is positive and one is negative, one is magnetic and one is polar. For people like them, they should have been cultivating here for quite some time. This is also the limitation of the divine magnetic light. It only focuses on battle, but it gradually drifts away from the great Tao. Usually, they are chosen from the middle and upper level cultivators of large factions who have no hope of reaching the great Tao. They cultivate this battle technique in pairs. Lu Jun, don't underestimate them. They are only in the primordial spirit realm. They can make up for the difference in cultivation through the divine magnetic light. Especially in such a special environment, their divine magnetic light has an additional effect. Although you and I are in a higher realm than them, in this place, we might not be their match. Lu Xiaoyi disagreed. The 2 of us are traveling together, but Grandmaster has to lead the way for me. What kind of logic is this? The sword vein has existed for tens of thousands of years. Have you ever heard of a swordsman cowering in the back and letting others take the risk? Ji Yuxing sighed. A swordsman cherishes his feathers, but a monk doesn't have any feathers. Should we just hide in the back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Lu Jun, in this space, you are the guest, and I am the master. Since I am the master, I have to fulfill my responsibilities as the master. Senior brother Jueming Huaibi ordered me to guide you. That's not only to lead the way, but also to be responsible for your safety. Unless I follow the Buddha, or you enter the Yangding, then if there are any problems, I have nothing to do with it. But on this road, can I just watch from the back? The 2 of them were arguing about who should go first, because it was obviously inappropriate for the 2 of them to go in at the same time. In such a narrow canyon terrain, there was not enough space to fight. If a young spirit and a half-immortal went in together, it was inevitable that they would disturb each other. It was better to have one inside and one outside, so that they could support each other and not be baptized by the divine magnetic light together. This was a bit ridiculous. In the void of the normal universe, any one of them could pass through, but in such an environment, facing such a special opponent, their strength had long been reduced to a state where they could not completely control themselves. This was the universe. No matter what realm a cultivator was in, as long as you could make good use of the environment, you could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Both of them were experienced battle veterans. Of course, they understood that they could not pass through together. If one of them stayed outside, no matter what happened, he could be restrained from the side and provide support from the outside. The only thing they were arguing about was who should go first. Whoever went first would face more danger. This was face. In Ji Yuxing's words, who didn't cherish their feathers? I am a swordsman. I never retreat. No matter who they are, what attitude they have, I will only cut them down with my sword. Lu Xiaoyi insisted. I am a young spirit. I have the ability to be reborn. Even if there is danger, I can hold on for a few rounds and not die. Can you? If you are not careful, you will be finished immediately. You will also make this monk unable to report back. Ji Yuxing did not bend the rules. After all these years of getting along, the 2 of them could be considered to have appreciated each other. It was rare for them to have similar temperaments, so neither of them was willing to let the other take the risk. Chapter 1779. When Lu Xiaoyi became stubborn, he would never compromise. He turned around and left. Of course I'll settle my own matters. Why are you, a guide, causing trouble here? Who's the master? I'm the master, all right? You're just an assistant. When I become famous in the future, someone will write a biography for me. How should I write this paragraph? Ji Yuxing was speechless. As expected, swordsmen were all stubborn people. When it came to a battle, they would get excited. No one could stop them. This was also reasonable. In fact, from the moment he opened his mouth to stop him, he knew that the possibility of him going first was not high. All right, all right, all right. Your feathers are more important than a monk's, so you go first. But you have to be careful. The effective range of the meridional divine ray of magnetism is about 30,000 miles in the cosmic void. Considering the environment here, the effective range should be around 50,000 miles. So I'll follow you from 50,000 miles away. If they make any strange moves, you have to hold on for a few breaths. I'll say this in advance. If you're careless and lose your life, I won't avenge you. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. With his sleeves behind his back, he walked straight ahead. 50,000 miles in such a winding canyon meant that even the naked eye could not see. This was their situation. However, the meridional divine ray of magnetism of the two unfamiliar primordial spirit cultivators could directly pass through. As he walked forward, he had his own judgment about the appearance of the two unfamiliar primordial spirit cultivators here. He hoped that all his worries were in vain. After traveling for 10,000 miles, Ji Yuxing, who was behind him, could no longer see his silhouette. Even his divine sense had become intermittent due to the intense magnetic storm. He still maintained his unhurried speed. Being too fast or too slow might cause the other party to be on guard. Traveling in the void of the universe, especially in a narrow passage like this, it was extremely impolite to approach someone who was practicing martial arts or hunting treasures rashly. But he couldn't just keep waiting like this, could he? The cultivation of primordial spirit cultivators could take a few years, or even a few decades or even 100 years. They could not afford to wait. After making another turn, neither Ji Yuxing nor the two unfamiliar cultivators in front of him could see him. Thus, as if performing a magic trick, the hair on his head fell to the ground, and he took out a monk's robe from his storage ring. At the same time, he held a Buddhist staff in his hand, and the appearance of a young monk was vividly displayed. That was not the end of it. He secretly activated the Tao realm of merit. Relying on his profound strength in merit, coupled with his cultivation base that had taken a step forward, his entire body instantly emitted an aura similar to that of the sun god. To a half-immortal cultivator, this wasn't difficult at all. At the same time, he sped up and rushed forward without hesitation. The two magnetite cultivators had long sensed an aura approaching from the canyon. There were two of them in total. Due to the limitations of his realm, he couldn't distinguish them clearly. He only knew that one of them was standing still while the other was rapidly approaching. He couldn't help but secretly make preparations to attack. They were here to cultivate the proto-magnetic divine light, and to wait for someone. In the Yang Dingtian, there were many fifth-ring cultivators who hated them. The lower the realm, the easier it was to be influenced by hatred. However, in the swordsman class of the Yang Dingtian, there were already people who had begun to face this problem. In recent years, there were also some different voices. It was this group of people led by Prince Ji Neo. They stood at a higher position and saw further. However, in a realm, to change the perception of blood and tears that were still fresh in the memory of thousands of years ago required a process and time. If time passed, the perception would gradually fade. However, for most people now, there wasn't enough time. They had forgotten the blood debt of their family members. Thus, there were many who had to change, but there were even more who insisted on revenge. The two of them belonged to the core members of the group who insisted on revenge. Through a mysterious channel, they found out that in recent years, a fifth-ring swordsman would be heading to the Yang Dingtian. Furthermore, he would be taking this path of no return. Thus, there was a reason for them to wait here. Since they could cultivate and kill enemies, why not? Very few people knew about this path. In this direction, there weren't any large human cultivation realms, so there was no such thing as a trade route. There was also the existence of a large magnetic constellation. Those who made a living in the universe wouldn't be willing to come here and look for trouble. Other people's forbidden land was their heaven. The Yang Dingtian had suffered great losses in the previous battle with the fifth ring cultivators. Later on, because of their dishonesty, they were suppressed several times. However, there were always ways to take revenge. There were many ways, and one of them was to cultivate cultivators with unique combat power. For example, the proto-magnetic divine light cultivators who would almost cut off their cultivation path. Once the meridional divine light was cultivated, not to mention killing people, it would first obliterate their original realm and abilities. They would become a powerful magnet. The first consequence was to demagnetize themselves. It was equivalent to erasing everything that they had cultivated for thousands of years. Only then would they be able to cultivate the proto-magnetic divine light with unparalleled attacks. This was the trump card of the fifth ring cultivators. They had all willingly given up their future to cultivate such a fierce technique. They hadn't even achieved anything in the battle with the fifth ring cultivators. Now, they had to turn enemies into friends. Perhaps the powerful cultivators had their own reasons, but to people like them who had given up their original future and worked hard to cultivate, this was a joke. How could they tolerate it? How could they accept it? At the Yang Dingtian, they didn't dare to do anything because of the pressure from the powerful cultivators. However, now that they were out of the Yang Dingtian and there was news that the most ruthless fifth ring cultivator, the swordsman, was passing by, there was no need to say anything. It was a natural choice. The two of them were the top cultivators of the meridional divine light at the Yang Dingtian. The sun god didn't know how to cultivate because they were still shouldering the future of the Yang Dingtian. The Yuanying also didn't know how to cultivate because of the limitations of her realm. Even if she cultivated the divine light, it wouldn't be of much use. There were only the yin god and the primordial spirit, and they were the only two primordial spirits. After nearly 1,000 years of cultivation, the proto-magnetic divine light had become their original body. Now, they could use the swordsman to test their skills. The news was accurate. It was a Buddhist cultivator who had lured the swordsman in and left him for them to deal with. This was in line with their current senses, but the distance was a little far. Even if they cultivated the divine light of proto-magnetic divine light, it could only increase their attack power. In terms of divine sense, they were also limited. Because their realm wasn't high enough, they couldn't even compare to the two intruders. Therefore, they needed to get the swordsman closer before fighting. The Buddhists of the main world were their potential allies. Unfortunately, during the First Fifth Ring War, they were watched too closely by the Fifth Ring cultivators. There were also some who were dragging them down, so they didn't join. However, at least they knew who was their friend and who was their enemy. Due to the lack of time and the inconvenience of traveling through the universe, it was difficult to establish a connection between the two of them and the Buddhist cultivator. However, it didn't matter to them. Two people, a monk and a swordsman, were as different as heaven and earth. Was it difficult to distinguish them? Chapter 1780. The two magnetite cultivators knew that it was impossible for two people to travel in such a canyon at the same time. They had to keep a distance and support each other. There was only one problem. Would the swordsman come first? Or would the monk come first? If the monk came first, they would let the monk go and wait for the swordsman to pass. When the swordsman passed, they would follow and attack, forming a pincer attack with the monk. If the swordsman came first, they would have to attack him head-on. It would also be a pincer attack. It was a flawless plan. Even if it was a Shenyuan cultivator whose strength was greatly reduced by the environment, they did not think that it would be difficult. He was just a primordial spirit cultivator. They had been waiting for this day for too long. Yang Ji identified and made a preliminary judgment. It seems like the monk came first. There's a Buddhist aura. It makes sense. The monk led the way, so of course he came first. Yang Ji was very calm. Don't jump to conclusions. The swordsman looks crazy, but he is actually very cunning and has a lot of combat experience. Two factors must be met to prove that he is a monk. First, he must have the cultivation of a great Buddha. Second, the swordsman can't have a pure Buddhist Tao state. If he has a Tao state that is common to Buddhists, you and I need to be careful. Yang Ji's words were very reasonable. This was also the biggest help that the mysterious person who brought the news could give them. When the stranger appeared from the last corner, the two of them watched as an unruly and confident monk drifted over in a magnanimous manner. He was a sun god. Because the person who brought them the news was afraid that they would be afraid of half-immortals, he did not even mention this level of identity. This caused them to make a serious misjudgment. There was no problem with the Tao state screening, it was a pure merit path. It was definitely not a lie. But Yang Ji still did not forget the last checkpoint. Buddha has 3 treasures and 3 sufferings. Lu Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. This was a test. He had always thought that Luo Sutian and Yang Ding would meet the power that attacked him. Because these were the 2 places that had the worst relationship with the 5th ring, there was no reason to choose a domain that was related to him just to take him by surprise. There was a threshold between Luo Sutian and Yang Ding. The next threshold could be Fu Shun or Ming Guang. That was why he had been on guard all this time. That was why he had taken the initiative to attack Luo Sutian. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that hidden person did not reveal a single trace of himself, even though he had deliberately exposed flaws many times in the Tao realm competition. He was a person whose suspicions were hard to dispel once they arose. Generally, ambitious and ruthless people were like this. It was also intuition. I would rather betray the entire cultivation world than let the cultivation world betray me. If he couldn't find anyone in Luo Sutian who was hostile to him, then he would look for someone who was friendly to him. In the past 10 days in Luo Su heaven, he had traveled all over the celestial palaces to make friends. How was that possible? Both sides had suffered countless casualties in a 5-ring battle. How could a single exchange of realms change their impression of each other? That was just the childish conjecture of a mortal writer. These people, even if you lent them 10 taels of silver, they would remember you for the rest of their lives. They were narrow-minded but hoped that others would be magnanimous. In fact, to be able to reach such an agreement in Luo Sutian was already a slap to the face of Buddhism in the East Heaven main world. Under normal circumstances, most of the monks would grit their teeth and bear with it. They would think about how to get back at them in the future. That was why he had been visiting everywhere. He wanted to find those who did not take the usual path but had a good relationship with him. Among the hundreds of monks in Luo Sutian, Ji Yuxing was not the only one who behaved abnormally. There were still a few of them. Most of them were habitual smiling tigers. Those who had the intention to harm him, just wait and see. When Ji Yuxian opened his mouth at the gathering, Lu Xiaoyi immediately locked him as a suspect. It was just that he did not know if there were any other helpers in Luo Sutian. Along the way, he had been waiting for this guy to make a move. Until he felt the anomaly in the sky, he judged that this was probably the best place for Ji Yuxing to make a move. Originally, with his style, why would he have the patience to dawdle with this monk? Outside the universe, if he could capture him alive, he would capture him alive. If he could kill him, he would kill him. Why would it be so troublesome and allow him to choose a place to make a move? But there were 2 reasons why he was not anxious. First, he really needed someone to lead the way. Second, he was hoping that the real mastermind would appear. After waiting for a while, the mastermind did not appear. Instead, he waited for 2 bitter and vengeful people to appear. Originally, all of this was just his guess. He was such a suspicious person. But if he was not sure, it would be hard for him to make a move. When he asked about the yin pole, he knew that his guess was right. These 2 people were very clear about what they were doing. Their goal was clear and their intention was obvious. It was not a coincidence that they were disturbed during their cultivation. They were already prepared. If he answered wrongly, he would immediately be attacked. 3 treasures and 3 hardships. How would he know? It was definitely not the standard answer of Buddhism, preparing for the worst and not giving up hope. It was just a guess. What if he guessed it right? In a flash, an idea flashed in his mind. If they were talking about Ji Yuxing's 3 treasures, then, he chuckled. The 3 treasures, Meng Tian, Qingwu, and Xiangxao. This frivolous person. He even spread this little hobby of mine. This was also a trick. He purposely appeared to be unrestrained and dissatisfied that his secret was exposed. In fact, it was to hide that he did not know the truth about the 3 hardships. At the same time, he quickly approached. As long as the other party made a move, he would immediately approach. This was the only secret to deal with the origin magnet divine light in such an environment. But Yang Ji's performance made him feel at ease. He was still a little impatient. This Yang Ji's state of mind was much worse than his junior brother, Yin Ji. Master, quickly pass through. Wait at the 2 bends in front. We will launch a tail attack after the Shenyuan bastard passes through. Master, you don't have to reach out. You just have to prevent him from escaping. Lu Xiaoyi realized that he had passed. But the problem was that he only answered the 3 treasures and not the 3 hardship. There was only one conclusion. In Luosu heaven, there were at least 2 people who could be used by the mastermind. And young Dingren did not know which one was coming. The swordsman floated by casually and warned, the swordsman behind is also disguised as a monk. You have to be careful not to be fooled by his flowery words. Yang Ji was speechless. Do we look that stupid? There are only 2 people in total. With you here, it is useless no matter what the other one pretends to be, even if he pretends to be the heavenly Tao. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. I don't mean any harm. But that swordsman is cunning and treacherous. I'm just afraid that you won't notice it. This was also a trick because the real and fake monks would inevitably happen. He couldn't fool them for too long. He only hoped to fool them for a few more breaths so that he could kill the monk a few times in a short period of time. The one who didn't speak was not easy to fool. But this one was a little careless. The origin magnet divine light was the most powerful when used by 2 people. From a technical point of view, if the reckless one took action, the cautious one would have to follow suit. This was the opportunity he needed. Chapter 1781. Fortunately, Ji Yuding had followed Lu Xiaoyi after moving about 50,000 miles ahead of him. Everything was under his control. This swordsman would not be able to escape today. The canyon was narrow, and it was difficult to enter or exit. There were magnetic force cultivators blocking the front, and he was intercepting the back. This was a dead end. Someone as experienced as him knew that there was no such thing as an invincible existence in the cultivation world. If the opponent was invincible, it could only mean that you did not find the right fighting method and environment. In this operation, he was not the instigator, but he was the one who proposed the plan. This canyon was the core of the plan. As for communicating with young Dingtian, that was someone else's business. The swordsman was a good person, but that was not the reason for him to stop. At this level of cultivation, it was difficult to have a flaw in one's mentality. He was like this, and so was the swordsman. He would not forget about his position just because of a few years of interaction. He had once said that if there was an enemy in the future, he would not hold back. It was just that this opportunity came early. He was not confident that he could defeat the swordsman alone. He did not understand the abilities of a half-immortal. What made him depressed was that since when did a young spirit-level cultivator begin to be on tenterhooks during a battle? The Shenyuan swordsman was just that evil. He increased his speed as he had a certain understanding of the magnetic force. Although the 2 swordsmen were only in the primordial soul realm, even a great Buddha like him would find it difficult to withstand the magnetic force released in such an environment. No matter how strong the swordsman was, if he did not defend himself, he would most likely be severely injured. He had to be faster to prevent the swordsman from escaping. The plan was very meticulous. The fatal blow required 2 young Dingids to complete. If they didn't die, he would have to continue the chase. As for the metamagnet divine light, other than a few earth-shattering attacks, the rest were not worth mentioning. As he moved, he felt a little strange. There was no abnormal magnetic field fluctuation that was unique to the meridional magnetic force in front of him. It was as if he had entered a forbidden space. Sensing carefully, it seemed that the swordsman had passed by the 2 young Dingtian. What was going on? It was impossible to form a pincer attack in such a battlefield. Did the young Ding Tian change his mind and give up on the mission? Ji Yuxing's heart was filled with resentment. He hated people who were hesitant. Young Ding cultivators were like this. They looked like they were unconvinced and indignant, but they were actually cowardly on the inside. Time was short, so he couldn't think of any other possibilities. Tens of thousands of miles was just a matter of a few breaths for a great Buddha like him. As soon as they reached the last bend, the magnetic field in front of them suddenly changed. Knowing that something was wrong, how could they make it in time if they wanted to retreat? The sharpest aspect of the meridian origin magnet divine light was its unparalleled speed. This was the most unfathomable speed in the world of cultivation. It was as famous as thunder, and it was not even on the same level as flying swords. The moment you saw it, you would be hit. Facing the all-out attack of the two young peak cultivators, Ji Yuxing only felt that his Buddha golden body seemed to have been poisoned by the bone-softening powder. His spirit was in a trance, and his consciousness was unclear. There were too many reasons why a great Buddha at the level of young spirit could lose control for a short time with just one blow, such as environmental enhancement, environmental suppression, two-person joint attack, unintentional attack, and so on. Ji Yuxing defended against the swordsman's close-range attack, but in the end, he was met with a long-range attack. Before he could fully recover, the young Ding dual cultivator's second attack shot over. This time, Ji Yuxing was really lucky. He was swept into ashes by the divine origin magnet divine light. The difference between young spirit and primordial spirit was mainly in rebirth. In terms of combat strength, the difference was limited, but there was more room for error. Ji Yuxing's rebirth made Yin Ji immediately feel that something was wrong. The news said that the swordsman was in the primordial spirit realm. How did he become a young spirit? Moreover, the signs of rebirth were very clear. Two monks, which one was real? Which one was fake? Lu Xiaoyi pounced from the side, and in the Karma Dao realm, a fist smashed down like a mountain. In this environment, fists were more useful than flying swords. Hurry up. This person is practicing a special technique, so the number of rebirths is limited. Yang Ding and Yin Ji were a little confused. Yin Ji wanted to take a closer look, but Yang Ji was like a raging fire. How could he let this opportunity go to waste? The two of them wouldn't be able to do anything if they managed to escape into the void outside. At this moment, it reflected the effect of the previous sentence. Yang Ji rushed for time and attacked again. Yin Ji had no choice but to follow because of his martial arts. Beside him, there was also the fierce Lu Xiaoyi. Ji Yuxing did not expect that he would become everyone's enemy. The reason was obvious. The disguise of the fake monk in front of him explained everything. He had been seen through. Thus, he laughed. Swordsman turned into a monk. If news of Lord Lu's appearance today were to spread, how would you cherish your feathers? You're a disgrace to all sword cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi also laughed. Little Lu, do you think that after becoming a half-deity, you can do whatever you want in the origin world? You think you can rely on a secret technique to be reborn and pretend to be a young spirit? Cherishing your feathers is right, but the prerequisite is that you are an eagle. If you are a duster, I don't think there is any need. Amidst the laughter, Ji Yuxing was beheaded for the second time, but at this time, the young Ding duo felt that something was wrong. Although they were not sure which was real and which was fake, their hands had unconsciously slowed down. A simple action had turned out like this. It was very embarrassing. The two's divine senses touched and reached a tacit understanding. First, take a look and prepare to intercept. For this reason, the two split into east and west, and each took one outside the range of the two monks fighting each other. It was a little dangerous for one person to block one end, but now it was a necessary choice. It was better than the fake monk running away. After the second rebirth, there was no longer the help of Lu Xiaoyi, but Lu Xiaoyi had already gotten what he needed. After two rebirths, the past and future were revealed. Why did they not fight him in Luo Su Tian? It was because they were worried that he would see through their roots. With the hidden relationship between the East Heaven main world and the Henghe region, how could they not send someone to contact each other? Because they were worried about Lu Xiaoyi's familiarity with the Henghe region, they could only hide. In this place, there was no need to worry about the swordsman's flying sword, but Ji Yuxing found that he was still in great danger. This was because the swordsman's close combat was even scarier than the flying sword. After decades of interaction with Shi Jiao and the other senior brothers, although he did not learn their harmonious spirit technique, the improvement in his close combat skills was obvious. Ji Yuxing found that the environment he chose not only limited the swordsman's flying sword, but it also limited his escape. In this place, his rebirth location was very limited. He could not effectively distance himself, and he could not avoid the swordsman's continuous attacks. His only hope was to be reborn a few more times. Then, Yang Ding and the other idiots would be able to see the truth. As long as they made a move, he would be able to catch his breath. The swordsman's fiery invasion was not limited to the flying sword. Without the flying sword, it was equally terrifying with just his fist. Chapter 1782. 2 rebirths were enough for Lu Xiaoyi to see a lot of things. After establishing his superego, his understanding of the past and the future had reached a new height. It was far from the time when he was still confused in the Sword Dao tablet. At that time, he still couldn't understand the mystery behind the seniors severing 3 lives, but he had been improving. This was something that was naturally formed as his realm increased and his understanding of the Dao deepened. Ji Yuxing didn't survive the 3rd time, and Yang Dingtian and Yin Yang didn't have the chance to determine the truth. Or rather, they already had the chance, but it was already over. Lu Xiaoyi perfectly fulfilled his promise to Ji Yuxing. Once they fought, he would give it his all. He didn't care about the close conversations they had before, just like how Ji Yuxing didn't hesitate to lead him into the canyon. For someone who used friendship as a means, this was the best ending for him. Looking at Ji Yuxing's incredulous eyes that were gradually dimming, Lu Xiaoyi smiled warmly. You shouldn't have shown San Bao to outsiders. Some people just like widows. Everything was clear now. It all depended on the sword light that cut off Ji Yuxing's past and future. In anger, a ray of divine metamagnet ray suddenly fell and landed on the swordsman, who was still feeling complacent and enjoying the thrill of victory. But it didn't seem to produce any results. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the two coldly and opened his mouth. Meridional metamagnet ray can't solve everything. Yang Dingtian, you want to rely on some secret technique to change your situation? You are too narrow-minded. If you want to change Yang Dingtian's future, you need to be broad-minded. He leaped and instantly landed beside Yang Dingtian. He didn't care about the divine metamagnet ray on his body and raised his sword. Yang Dingtian fell. When the so-called secret technique that they relied on failed, cultivators like them who practiced metamagnet ray alone were actually very weak. This was because they had already lost many things that cultivators relied on to survive. Cultivation was ultimately a systematic process. Yang Dingtian was disheartened. He didn't expect that a certain death situation would be completely reverse. He didn't even know where the problem was. But when he saw how his opponent resolved the divine metamagnet ray, he realized that they had never truly understood this swordsman. There was no sure-kill technique in the cultivation world. There never was. The more powerful and unsolvable a secret technique was, the easier it would be to crack it. Instead, it was the simplest and most practical moves like a punch or a sword that required extra effort. What was the weakness of the divine metamagnet light? Since it was something created in the universe, it naturally had its own mechanism and essence. It was one of the countless mysteries of the universe. If one wanted to decipher it, one had to start from the essence of the universe. What was the essence of the universe? Starting from the 5 ties, from incorporeal to corporeal, from incorporeal to corporeal, until there was light and life. This was the first time Lu Xiaoyi had used the power of the 5 Grand Dao realm in battle, and it was also something that he had been secretly pondering after following Ji Yuxing all this time. Otherwise, how could he have known that this was a trap and still jumped into it? He didn't have any heroic plot. Extreme Yin seemed to have realized something, but it was too late. He asked himself, if he knew how terrifying this swordsman was, would he still come? The answer was yes. The fault lies with that stupid monk. The main purpose of the swordsman's series of tricks was to kill the monk first. If the three of them worked together, the swordsman wouldn't have been able to set up a 5 grand Tao realm defense around him. This kind of defense was effective against the divine metamagnet light, but it was useless against the spiritual consciousness of the Buddhist. Unfortunately, the monk was a guide, but he didn't know that everything he did was under the swordsman's observation. I want to know who ordered you to come here. And even to mix with the Buddhist. I hope this isn't an insult to you, but you must know that this is very important to young Ding Tian. Not only will you protect the realm, but you will also protect yourself. Who knows, you might even be able to make a comeback in the future. Why not? Extreme Yin closed his eyes. He knew why the swordsman killed Extreme Yang first. It was because he believed that those who were scheming would cherish their lives more. Was that so? When he opened his eyes again, he felt as if his entire body was in a relaxed state. No need. The path ahead is already cut off, so what's the point of keeping this body? If I don't have this body, what does the future of the realm have to do with me? With no thoughts in his heart, he was fearless. Extreme Yin entered a rare state of selflessness. He no longer cared about his own life, nor did he consider the future of the domain as a burden. Thus, he was able to unleash his full strength. This was an attack to his heart's content. This was the strongest output of the divine metamagnet light in the current environment. It was everything he had comprehended in the past 1,000 years, and it was also an improvisation in this situation, because there might not be a next time. However, when the divine metamagnet light couldn't break through the transformation of the universe's essence, when the divine metamagnet light was stripped layer by layer by layer by Lu Xiaoyi's 5 grand Tao realm defense, it went from being material to being formless, from being visible to being invisible, from being full of life to being completely empty, without light. The outcome was also destined. In every realm, in every era, there were such tragic heroes. They were good men, good teachers, good disciples, good fathers, good followers, and were loyal to their home planet. In order to protect it, they were willing to give up their lives. The only problem was that they couldn't look at history, development, and the future from a higher vantage point. Human history was a contradictory evolutionary process. Because of war, the survival of the fittest was promoted, but because of tolerance, they became the #1 race in the universe. Thinking about it carefully, if every human was stubborn like this, like some demon beasts that relied on their instincts, then it was undeniable that the human race should have gone extinct long ago. History should not be forgotten. History must also be forgotten. It was not right to forget hatred, and it was also not right to live in hatred forever. It was really hard to judge who was right and who was wrong. As a cultivator, Lu Xiaoyi gave him the highest treatment, allowing him to display all that he had learned in his life without holding back and doing his best. Until Extreme Yin couldn't think of any other means to attack, he turned his hand and destroyed his own spirit. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. At least he was better than that cunning monk, just that his head was a little square. Jumping into the long river of history, yet going against the flow, did you think you were a carp leaping over the dragon's gate? This battle wasn't as easy as it seemed. If these three people could join hands and fight in close combat, with Yang Ding and Extreme Yin's divine light, his chances of winning wouldn't be more than 50%. This was because he wasn't familiar with the three-dimensional layered defense of the 5 ether. It was just an idea that came to him when he was about to come here. His goal was to create a space for himself to use freely in the strong magnetic field. In fact, his research was a failure because the space he created was very limited. It wasn't enough for him to use his flying sword in it. It was only slightly better than close combat. However, it had a miraculous effect in defending against the metamagnet divine light. Of course, this was under the condition that no one disturbed him. If the monk was there to restrain him, his childish and crude 5 ether defense system wouldn't be able to take shape, and there wouldn't be a future. This was a victory with a little bit of luck. The monk died because of his carelessness. He treated everyone else as fools. Yang Ding and Extreme Yin lost in terms of strength. It was also a mistake to rely too much on the environment. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.